This meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 9:05 a.m. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed on YouTube at www.youtube.com/MICHSOS-office/videos. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI to find the link for viewing on YouTube. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, and Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those transcriptions will be made available and posted on michigan.gov/MICRC, along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. This portal can be utilized to post maps and comments, which can be viewed by both the commission and the public. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the purposes of the public watching and for the public record, I will now turn to Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you are attending the meeting remotely, please disclose your physical location unless your absence is due to military duty. I will start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present.
Anthony Eade. Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang. Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
10 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I will now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Rothhorn. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, it is moved and seconded that we adopt the meeting agenda. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. Without objection, we will now begin the public comment pertaining to agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with public comment pertaining to agenda topics. Individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your name or number. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide in-person public comment is number 1. You are invited to address the commission, so please approach the microphone. And when your allotted 2 minutes has ended, please conclude your statements. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This submission is about a community of interest centered on the Latino population on the so-called Greater Lansing area, which roughly comprises the also called Tri-County area of Ingham, Clinton, and Eaton. On the current situation, our area of interest is cracked in at least 3 U.S. congressional districts, causing serious loss of ability to be represented to the Latino population on the Greater Lansing area, which clearly has a significant presence in this area. Additionally, I would ask that when you're drawing up the maps starting, I think, today or tomorrow, that you consider partisan fairness, partisan presentation fairness. And I can say that I think the 2 parties that are represented here will take care of that. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our live in-person public commentary for the morning. We will now move on to remote public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. I will call your name or number and our staff will unmute you. If you are on the computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you're on the phone, a voice will say that the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or if we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email us at redistricting@michigan.gov, and we will help troubleshoot so that you can participate during a next public comment period or at a later public hearing. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is Mr. James Gallant.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
My name is James Gallant. I'm with the Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition, and these are my opinions. And as we saw yesterday, the League of Women Voters representative, Ms. Miller, has wrongfully testified that the rules of procedure here include a provision that entertaining a motion effectively stops the discussion in the debate. I'm not sure how she's that become her understanding, and that's apparently how they run it in Marquette. The League of Women Voters told me they go by Robert's Rules of Order, and they're regional up there. And when Robert's Rules of Order, the approved requires the opposite. The motion second is what starts the deliberation every time. No debate before there's an immediately pending question, and the decorum is that all remarks shall remain germane to the immediately pending question all the time. And I believe that this specific breaches that you are perpetrating here are specifically to benefit the Democratic Party, because Secretary Benson, who provided you with the orientation, just said you have to follow Robert's Rules of Order, and she's a Democrat, and she's supervising these proceedings conducted by the chairperson, Mr. Kellum, who's also a Democrat, and we assume is a member of the Democratic Party. You see, now we still haven't verified if you folks are actually members of the Democratic Party. Now, yesterday, Mr. Woods kind of stumbled through the idea that, they kind of are affiliating instead of these are going to be Democrats and these are going to be Republicans. And it appears that your staff has also conducted some secret meetings and ad hoc subcommittee meetings concerning those policies you approved yesterday. And it was all in closed session with Mr. Bracy there and others and your staff, but no commission members. It wasn't a committee, it wasn't an open meeting. And they drafted the policy. And then wasn't it Ms. Reinhardt said, well, she would argue that. Well, she's arguing against the commission for what she created in secret meetings. And are these people Democrats? Are these voting members of the Democratic Party, your staff? We should be getting verification of who is a registered voter. You actually pay money, $10 a year, to be a voting member of the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. I'm not sure how much it costs for the Republican Party.
Thank you for addressing the commission, Mr. Gallant. At this time, it's my understanding that we have a second live in-person public comment. So at this time, we are going to divert back to our people who are in the room and start with number 2.
Thank you. I would. Thank you. Thank the members of the commission and staff. I wasn't going to comment, but yesterday's discussion around the dump of the data on the census, it brought back the fact that I know I was personally involved. Again, Juan Marines, Lead, Michigan. That one of the things we dealt with in the last census was the injection or the attempted injection of the question of citizenship question. It went all the way to the Supreme Court. It lost, but it also won. It won in the minds of a lot of people who said, if I fill in the form and if I submit it, then the government's going to have my information. The government's going to have my address. We saw it with DACA. The same thing happened. People who filled out the DACA information, then later on, now after the administration changed, they were going after DACA students. I know you cannot change the numbers that have been provided to you. Those are the numbers. I recognize that. But I also think that we have a significant undercount for Hispanics in the state of Michigan and elsewhere around the country. And even though that was done, when I looked just roughly at the data, Hispanics still had a significant increase across the country. But I'd like to make sure that is you're deliberating and you're trying to put this hard task together and work for the resident of Michigan. You also keep that in mind that there were some populations that were really negatively affected by the fact of the way the census was mistreated by the last administration in terms of trying to see who counts and who doesn't count. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing your work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. All right, at this time, we're going to bop back over to our remote in-person commentary, and Mr. Clement is next in line. Please wait for our staff to unmute you.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Commissioner, for seeing me. My name is Norman Clement, Executive Director of Detroit Change Initiative. I've been in several of your meetings, and I'm expressing concern about the upcoming meetings. We only have one meeting in Southwest Michigan, even though with the data dump of the census, there's still more population that moves to the Southeast Michigan instead of the northern areas of Michigan. I know you guys have been very flexible about having meetings and meeting the citizens, but we can't ignore that we just have one meeting in Southeast Michigan. Also, let's take in consideration there are some challenges to the census in the city of Detroit through Mayor Duggan, and also with the disparities of how many people who have DTE bills compared to who took the census and the census are cut off. And also remind you that you guys have a tough, challenging task. And we're all thankful for it, but we also understand that please keep communities of interest in mind and also keep our communities tagged together. And also with the map drawing, understand by the commission, you have to pick the best map adequate by all points that all interests are representative. Now you may have representation that may tell you otherwise, but also remember, I know you guys know the heart of the charter. You are representing the people. We have our faith and trust in you, and we know it's a daunting task, but we know you guys can do the job and work together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission, Mr. Clement. Next in line is Rebecca Islam. Please wait for our staff to unmute you. Oh, we can't hear you, Rebecca. We can see you, but there's no sound, so it sounds like you're muted. And I will also note for the record that Commissioner Wagner just indicated that she has unstable internet and isn't shutting down her video. I'm sorry, Rebecca, please go ahead.
Is everyone able to hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Rebecca Islam, Executive Director of API Vote Michigan. And as always, I appreciate the commission for all their hard work. And I would like to echo what was said by Norman. I would like to request that the commission add more map drawing sessions in Metro Detroit. Metro Detroit has about half the population of the entire state. So it really requires about half the time and attention of the commission. The diverse communities of Metro Detroit will require a lot of the most challenging line drawing work. So please do consider having more sessions in Detroit. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Nicole Biber. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. Please wait for our staff to unmute you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. So I'm here in East Lansing, and I guess the gentleman who recently spoke mentioned the daunting task. It does seem very daunting, and I guess my mind usually goes to like basics. It seems like one of the basics that hopefully everyone can agree on is the partisan divide. I think what's safe to say is a really it's an issue with our entire setup of our interactive government right now and our democracy, because the focus goes there way too much. So hopefully, like one basic is to say like what has obviously been drawn to benefit one party or the other, and see how much of that can just be like not in the picture anymore. So hopefully the idea, it hasn't been any debate to like save these sort of like clearly like partisan motivations. Alongside that, there's the thought of like, okay, so what do we say, like what communities, how they're linked? You know, there's different things people have brought up with the census and the way, you know, we're considered according to demographic. I'd like to just, if there's one asset, I think, and one resource we could look at is the water basin. So I just want to say, like, the watersheds is something we all share in common. There's, you know, all these surveys have already been done where it shows communities that even with a smaller kind of watershed. So if there's like a question of like, how are people really linked? We're really linked with our need for water and the flow of it and the health of it and the cleanliness of it. It's not about partisanship. It's about those watersheds. And that's something that seems like a neutral thing that in the future is going to be more and more of an issue. So I just wanted to say that as a hopefully helpful thing.
Thank you for addressing the commission. All right, at this point, we are going to move on to Mr. Totten. Mr. Totten, please wait for our staff to unmute you.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much to all of the commissioners for taking the time to hear our comments this morning. My name is Jaron Totten. I serve as Social Outreach Coordinator and Legislative Advocacy Specialist at LGBT Detroit. Commissioners, I want to lift up the definition of equity this morning, being able to make up for wrongs done to certain populations. Detroit over the years has been among the most gerrymandered in the state. Additionally, Detroit has almost half the population, as you've heard several times before, half the population of the state. We request that you take more meetings in the Detroit area, that you may get a better picture of what the people of Detroit are wanting their maps to look like. Also, we want to make sure that we are keeping representation in the room of different communities when important decisions are made. Last week, Metro Detroit had some flooding, some power outages, and some commissioners were not able to make a meeting when a very big decision was made. And so we ask that you continue to prove yourselves to be trustworthy by the people by not letting that happen again. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. I believe next in line is Judy Daubermeyer. Do we have Judy? Okay, please wait for our staff to unmute you.
Hello, my name is Judy Daubenmeyer, and I am from Brighton, Michigan, and thank you for the chance to speak. I am dismayed by the Commission's decision to hire the firm Baker Hostetler to be your litigation counsel. I listened to many commenters raise concerns about the firm's partisan bias, and I feel as though those concerns were ignored. Your decision seriously undermines my trust in your decision-making. You spent several meetings debating when and where to have public hearings, and I myself spent a beautiful summer evening when I could have been doing other things, driving to Flint to attend a hearing and provide testimony. And now I wonder if my comments are even going to be listened to that night. I was especially concerned at Commissioner Clark's comments that he was swayed by two conversations he had with unnamed people in Washington, D.C. about Baker Hostetler. I would like to know who these people were and why they count for more than the views of the citizens of Michigan who took the time to comment and who are the ones who voted to set up this independent commission. Commissioners commented how impressed they were with the firm. However, you never interviewed the individual who was the former counsel for the Republican National Committee. You never asked him about his approach to representing you. I also was shocked by the comment that you do not expect the firm to be nonpartisan. Well, the people of Michigan do, and I would hope that you would do the right thing and reconsider your decision and reopen the RFP. There were other firms who are interested in being your litigation counsel, but missed the deadline. You don't need this litigation counsel for a few months. You have time. So I think you should take the time and reconsider your decision. Our views should count for more than unnamed people in Washington, D.C. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time to address the commission. That concludes our first opportunity for both in-person and remote public comment. Without objection, we will now hear from individuals seeking to provide a second 2-minute public comment. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with individuals seeking to provide a second public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. We will use the same process as the first round. First in line to provide the second live remote public comment is James Gallant. Please wait for our staff to unmute you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yes, it's James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition, and this is my opinion. And, you know, I would ask this commission to please consider requesting a written report from your attorneys and from Mr. Grossman at Michigan State University, University of Michigan at Echo, concerning these rules of procedure and how they are, and comparatively, these are the rules, Robert's Rules of Order, and these are what your proceedings and your current practices are. And I'm finding all over the internet where there's misquoting of Robert's Rules of Order, the motion table, whatnot. It's just quoted backwards. And now the League of Women Voters. And so to anyone who's concerned out there in the state right now, this commission's decision to hire those attorneys was not conducted according to the approved Robert's Rules, according to the approved rules of procedure. That can be overturned by a court of law. This is the process part of it. Okay? So if you folks are looking, and this commission is going to get sued. So whoever wants to sue them, please consider that they're not following the rules and to get that figured out. And I would ask this commission to please request a written clarification from the former speaker from Count My Vote of Michigan, that 5041C3 person there, and their termination of their certificate of assumed name for voters not politicians. It was issued by the state of Michigan. It was terminated in January. So voters not politicians does not exist as a program anymore, as a policy program anymore. By Count My Vote owns that. And they also own Voters Not Politicians Ballot Committee. So I don't know where all the donations are going, but they're not going to the ballot committee because they're not being advertised as a ballot committee. They're being advertised as a standalone organization called Voters Not Politicians. And in my opinion, in my research, that does not exist anymore. And Dr. Nancy Wang filed and signed a termination of a certificate of assumed name in January. So it's kind of inappropriate for them to be thinking that they're just going to continue being an organization when they are not authorized by the state of Michigan to do so. And let's please get a few reports officially on this subject, please. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission, Mr. Gallant. That concludes our public comment for this morning. I would like to mention that all emailed and mailed public comment is provided to the commission before each meeting, and commissioners also review the public comment portal on our www.michigan.gov/MICRC website on a regular basis. We appreciate everybody who provides public comment in whichever way that you choose, and we invite people to keep sharing their thoughts, communities of interest, and maps with us. At this time, I would also like to note for the record that as vice chair, our chair is absent today. And in the event that I have to step out of the room for any reason, I would like to designate Commissioner Witches to act as chair in the event that I am out of the room for a moment. All right, moving down our agenda, without objection, I'd like to move forward with unfinished business and ask Mr. Kim Brace from Election Data Services to provide information on agenda item 5A, which is census data and also communities of interest. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Brace.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's good to be with you again. I'm going to share my screen. So on that side, make sure everybody can see. Is this, yeah, it's coming through. Great. All right. Let me start. Okay, what I'm going to do today is first part is the continuation of what we talked about yesterday. We have some more data in terms of race. And so I wanted to show you some of the things that we were seeing on this. We're going to be looking at the racial data by race and what we received from the Census Bureau from the PL 94-171. So starting off, if you remember, we have had similar maps in previous presentations to you in terms of what is the minority or the various racial group percentages in the state. And so we've created these, and I'm going to show you all the different racial groups that there are in conjunction to this. This is the white population. Clearly, it is everywhere from the census side. The white population statewide is 76% in 2010, and it dropped by 4 percentage points down to 72%. But they are everywhere from that side, but it was a slight decrease on that side. We've then looked at all the other racial groups in the same way. What we're looking for is where are their concentrations, okay? So from the standpoint of other racial groups, this is the non-Hispanic African-American population concentrations. Where are they located? Now, this is slightly different from that majority minority map I showed you last night, which was looking at all of them. This is just looking at one individual, okay? So this is the distinction on that side. And again, if Lisa's on the line, she's watching, she's saying, oh my God, look at all the little pockets here. Some of these are pretty small. We didn't show anything under 5%, okay? Now this is at the block group level. So it's about block groups, if you remember, is about 1,000 people per geography. So this is showing where there are block groups that are more than certainly 5%. So we basically didn't color anything that was under 5%. But this is showing you the various concentrations, and we were concerned and looking for where there are majority or minority concentrations and where the concentrations are located. Certainly 75 to 100% is your darkest red. You have a majority in 50 to 75, the next shade up, and you can start seeing where those are. But when you get down below 50%, we've got 25 to 50 and then 5 to 25. So you can look at and see where these concentrations are located. As we noted yesterday in the majority minority, there were several little pockets, little red dots on the map on the left-hand side. So you can see in more detail where those dots are and where some of the surrounding pieces are with what kind of percentages there are. So this will be important from Lisa's standpoint in terms of looking at racial block voting, at least for the African-American community. MC?
Go ahead, Commissioner Rothman.
Will we get, so there's prison populations that may be identified here, right? We've been told that, and I think, will you help us know that or find that, or?
Yes, that's a
Okay.
good point. These are any block group that there is. The prisons are basically a group quarters. They're probably part of these block groups. Block groups are a little bit larger than the individual block where the prison might be located. But certainly if the prison occupies multiple blocks, then it'd be a little bit larger territory within that block group, okay? So we'll certainly look towards that group quarters question in terms of the race and where that may be, in essence, coloring these, and maybe we're treating these differently because of the prison situation. The other thing to keep in mind is that this data has gone through the Census Bureau's disclosure avoidance process. That's another key factor to keep in mind, because if you remember the disclosure avoidance, it's basically to take where an individual might be able to be discovered down at the block level and kind of spread some of that out. Now, that's particularly the circumstance, and we saw in the early stages of disclosure avoidance, it happened significantly in prisons because the Black population was heavily concentrated in that prison block, that group quarter. But as part of the disclosure avoidance, some of that got spread out outside the prison in hopefully the general area. We don't know really how far that was spread. The disclosure avoidance doesn't really tell us that. All we can see is the impact after that process. And so some of these may be that concentration on that particular block, but spread in some of the presumably white areas just around it on that side. So we'll have to be cognizant of that. Remember, we're going to have data, and you'll have data, well, you have already, down at the block level. So you'll be able to take a look at that as part of your investigation of the particular area as it relates to prisons and that sort of thing. What we can do is we can generate a shape file of all the blocks that have group quarters in it, so that it becomes kind of an overlay, so that you can end up having that as an overlay. And I'm going to show you how some of the overlays can play, because that's what we're going to do with the COIs. But in the same way, we can let you bring in the group quarters overlay to see if that's a circumstance in some area of the state. Okay. So this is the African-American population on that side. But we're also interested in other areas, other groups. This is where the Hispanic population is. Hispanics, the African-American population in Michigan decreased by not 5%, well, a half of a percentage point is the proper way of saying it. So African-Americans decreased by a half a percentage point. On the flip side, Hispanics, which is what I'm showing you here, increased by 1 percentage point. This is statewide. There were some differences in different parts of the state, but not a dramatic difference so I didn't do a set of maps showing the gradations of what change was. We looked at that, but it really didn't tell us a whole bunch of where there was a greater growth of Hispanic versus elsewhere. We weren't seeing that in the data, but we were seeing this increase of Hispanics of about 1%. Okay, so this is the map showing you where those Hispanic areas are. Again, in that same gradation, because Hispanics statewide, you notice on the upper right-hand side, statewide 5.6%. We can look at those gradations. And so we change the gradation scale a little bit with just looking at 50% and above is the solid blue, and then 25 to 50 and 10 to 25 and 5 to 10. So you could get at least a little demarcation down there towards the bottom of the concentrations. But you can see out of the western side of the state, Hispanics are an awful lot of areas out there, you know? And so that may be some of the factors that Lisa is going to have to take a look at on that side. Now, you know, some of these are only 5 to 10%. That's really not a lot. From Bruce can tell you from the racial block voting analysis side, it's not really concentrated enough to give you a good indication, but that's one of the things that Lisa will take a look at. But certainly understanding where the dimensions are, where these concentrations are, is useful on that side. So this is the Hispanic population. This is the Asian population. The Asian population increased by a percentage point across the state. But statewide is only 3%, 3.3%, you see. They are concentrated in the outer areas around Detroit. You can see on the left-hand side, but there are pockets, a couple of places elsewhere in the state. So just trying to take a look at where those concentrations are. With the Asian population of only 3.3%, it's probably going to be a little bit hard for Lisa to figure out racial block voting for that particular group, but it may be possible. We'll just have to take a look and see, are there higher concentrations in some areas? But this is part of what will feed into Lisa's on that side. And then the Native population, Native American population. We've kind of looked at the UP as everything is kind of normal and more very much white, but you can see that's where the concentrations of the Native population are. So certainly from the standpoint of you thinking in terms of drawing, if you remember those maps from yesterday in terms of the districts in the UP that were underpopulated and you came out to 107 right at the bridge. Well, some of that is where there's that concentrations of Native Americans. So you may need to be cognizant of that when you're drawing where that demarcation is, at least in the House, of where you cut apart 107 to feed to the other three that were up there and what you do across the bridge. So those are kind of factors that would come into play, but certainly knowing where the Native American population is what I wanted to show you today. And that's the racial data. Questions?
I don't see any. Mr. Brace, please continue.
I'm finished.
Oh, all
with
right.
this part of it. I told Sue it would be a quick, 15, 20 minute kind of thing. Sorry, Rebecca. Yeah.
Let the record reflect that Vice Chair Rebecca Zatella has returned.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Brace. Next, we'll move on to new business 6A, beginning mapping. This is an exciting day for the commission. For the first time ever, 13 randomly selected commissioners will be drawing the Michigan State House and Michigan State Senate districts, as well as Michigan's congressional districts. Today, we will begin mapping the state Senate districts in the Southeast and South Central regions. These regions include Monroe, Lenawee, and Hillsdale counties, along with the southeast border of Ohio, as well as Jackson, Washington, and Livingston counties that comprise the geographical region we are calling the Southeast. The South Central region includes Eaton, Ingham, and Clayton counties in the greater Lansing area. The regions in which the commission will be working today will provide a starting point, so we aren't mapping the entire state at one time. Regions are not districts, and district lines will be drawn across regions, and the commission meets the criteria listed in the Michigan Constitution. The criteria in rank order are: 1, equal population and comply with the Voting Rights Act and other federal laws; 2, geographically contiguous; 3, reflect the state's diverse population and communities of interest; 4, not provide a disproportionate advantage to any political party; 5, not favor or disfavor an incumbent elected official or a candidate; 6, reflect consideration of city, county, and township boundaries; and 7, be reasonably compact. The mapping software will assist in assuring equal population and geographical continuity and will be visible as all maps are drawn. So heading down the list in rank order, the commission will begin to assess communities of interest that have been identified through public comment process. I'd like to ask Mr. Kim Brace of EDS to overlay the map of one of the communities of interest, or all, as we say, COIs, in the Southeast and South Central regions, so we can begin an assessment of this community of interest. Yesterday, we approved a COI assessment process on pages 21 and 22 of the MCCRC mapping process and procedures. and a visualization on page 18 in the MICRC redistricting process flowchart. Without objection, I'd like to ask Commissioner Clark if he will assist the commission in working through the assessment of the COI that Mr. Brace puts up for us. So Commissioner Clark, please proceed once we are able to see the community of interest that Mr. Brace selects.
If I could start a little bit with showing you some of the overarching COIs
Sure,
on
please
that
proceed.
side, and then we'll focus in on that.
Particular ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me go back and share my screen again. I'm going to bounce between two different applications for the benefit of some of the education here on COIs. You will end up having COIs that will be available to you. But that's another piece of the software that Fred is trying to finish and it's not quite there yet. So I'm going to show you what we envision and what I've talked with Fred in terms of how people could operate this. But I'm going to use ArcView, the basic ArcView, as that function. But in the standpoint of or of Edge and the auto-bound Edge system, when we have COIs, there is the label manager or layer manager. This button on the far right-hand side that I'm highlighting, that brings up the various layers that are on the screen, okay? And you'll be able to select which layer you want to show. So I'm going to add a shape file. I have these already from Moon Duchens and what processing we've done. What we have from her is we've done some processing, but the original one that we got from her is this one down here. So if I open that up and put that on the screen, this is what we got from her. Can you tell anything? There's a lot of stuff there. And that's part of what I wanted to show you. You can, zoom down in and look at how many people did COIs in any given area. Now we'll be able to filter these on your side, and I'll show you some of that, but I'm going to use ArcView to show you some of that. But I just wanted to show you what we suddenly received from the COIs and what Moon has. So what we have done is we have gone and processed some of these files and processed them out as separate files. And this will be something that would be selectable from your side in this same way. Now, Fred may do it in a slightly different manner, but this is kind of the shortcut to show you at least some of what there is. In the COI information, there's actually a lot of data. And we yesterday added more data to it. So I'm going to show you some of what that is. And then I'm going to come back to the ArcMap side, the Edge side, to show you some of this. So this is the screen of all of these COIs in ArcMap and ArcGIS. And in those COIs, we can, in ArcMap, we can see the attributes of what there are in these. And this is what you'll be able to see too, okay? It's basically a spreadsheet of each of the COIs. They're identified by the plan ID. That's the number that she's assigned to it. So you'll be able to track her stuff in conjunction with your stuff by that plan ID. Okay. Now, ultimately, Fred is looking at being able to sort this stuff any different ways, basically set up in each of these kind of drop downs like what I've showed you before of, give me different concentrations, give me different, whatever the case may be. so that you can end up seeing and sorting these and selecting. Now, one of the things that we have added to Moon's files is information on the region. The district is what Ryan called it. So, and the name that you guys have called each of your regions. So this is embedded now within these COIs so that we can sort on the district column and see where all the southeast part of the state is, or whatever the case may be. This is part of that capability of focusing down in the given area of the COIs that are there, okay? We also have now, as of last night, we added the population data. You can see to the right-hand side, all of the population data with the same column headings that are there on your screen in your active matrix across the bottom. So we can see for each COI, what's the total population covered by that COI? What's the white, the African-American? The underscore A is the alone categories. And we put in, well, he was putting in the underscore C, but I don't see it right now. I know he was working late into this morning to get this first cut, but we'll have that, the combo numbers also. So that you'll be able to sort on these, create percentages off of these, all the kinds of things that you'll see and you'll make use of during the redistricting process. Madam Chairman, MC.
Commissioner Rothorn?
Thanks. Can you help us understand how when there's a statewide map, how that might be reflected, or how, right? Because that'll be part of a region will show up.
Yeah, let me, right now, this is statewide of everybody. Okay, that's what you're seeing here. If we go and select off of the region, we need to sort it first. And we have in South Central, well, we've got Southeast, Southwest, South Central. There are 40 COIs in South Central, okay? So we can go now, and since we've sorted these, and this is kind of a kludgy way of showing you kind of this, but certainly Fred is doing a little bit more programming within Edge to be able to show that. But we can end up selecting all of these in South Central and highlight those. And since these are selected, you can see in South Central how all of these COIs kind of go outside of South Central, kind of go all over the place on that side. But you can see what kind of COIs and how they intersected with the regions. So that was a function that we did to create that subset. Yes, MC.
Commissioner Rothorn?
So the, I guess to refine the question, so when a COI has been submitted and it's the whole state and it's the state house districts, right? South Central is part of their, so is that also highlighted? I guess so with the whole state, that COI that was submitted that represents the whole state.
Well, if, no, it was selected for one of those. So it was more than likely starting with region 1 and selecting it. And if it got selected, it would have probably gotten selected up in the first one, as opposed to this is region 7 down here.
So okay. I think that's my question is when we have, right, how are we going to treat submissions, COI submissions I shouldn't, excuse me, it's not a COI. That's my issue. Never mind. I think I just worked it out. It's not actually a COI. It's actually just a state house map. Forgive me. I think I
Right.
think I just worked it out myself.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. But it is, you do raise a good point. And so one of the things that we had thought about in playing with this morning, certainly we need to identify what region it's in, but maybe a second column that says these are the multiple regions that it's in, so that we could see that on that regard. Yeah. So, there's a bunch of different things that we're discussing with Fred in terms of how to implement in ARC, in Edge. So, but I just wanted to show you some of this kind of circumstance. One of those that I did want to highlight, which was pointed out to me, is let's see, 32841. So 32841. Okay. This, if I select this COI, and if you kind of look at this COI, whoever 31841 did, he's basically selected areas that spell out the word hello. So there are a bunch of COIs in this thing. So be cognizant that not every COI is, something that's important, or what I'm not, that's not the right word to say, but you know what I mean. So there are a bunch of different things in COIs, and we'll just have to kind of work through those as we go through each region to take a look at, that sort of thing. But I thought that was pretty clever. Yep. So, so this is at least some beginning points so that you can see what we're seeing, and ultimately how we can end up playing with that in Edge, so that you'll be able to see and look at more of these. If you notice in this table, this is again the table of the raw information. Moon has the plan ID, the title, the various tags that she has. So those will be sortable on, not everything is tagged, but that's the user's choice. So that is there. You also have this text. So that whole text field that they've put into what they think in terms of the COI, that is a field now that is here, so that you can see it, and ultimately you'll be able to see it in ArcMap, in Edge, on what is the characteristics on that side. And then the area text that's there, and the other things, the area title that they called. That particular COI was called Hello Township Area on that side. So, and then the rest of the stuff is all the stuff that we've added to it. So these are the attributes that are embedded within what Moon is providing to us that you'll be able to see and work with. Fred, Kent has been playing over here to my side with the COIs that Ryan sent to us. Can you end up, is your screen shareable?
I think so. This is all pretty damn gone new, like in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But what we have in there right now is moderately, not confusing, but.
You're gonna need to share your screen.
Oh, let's share this.
Yes.
Yes.
You also might have to stop sharing, Kim,
Oh, yeah,
in order
you're
for
right.
him to share.
Thank you, Sarah. Now you can grab it.
All right, let me find we're in commissioners. Got to get over here to Zoom. There it goes. Zoom. Share this screen. All right. So what is in there right now from what I can tell? Let me zoom out a little bit here. And it's going to start getting, there's your community of interest. Right now I'm looking how to scale the labels so that they don't blot everything out. The way the data is in there from what I've observed and what I know now is, so here's community of interest. You can select, this is the statewide community of interest file. It's all the community of interest. They're in the data set all together. But you can also make it so it only loads the community of interest by the region you're working in. You would do a query, they can set it up like that. I kind of skipped over it because statewide, I can just pan around. I'm not doing, one county. And right now, what we're looking at, let's get over here. I hit the information button, and I clicked on this, and this got me a little confused. So don't ask too many questions about it. But I click right there, and I noticed a lot of things got lit up because I guess these COIs are overlapping each other to a certain extent. I don't know yet. But the starting point is here, and that here's a comment on that area. We click down here, and there's the information on that district. I want to get the same. A little while ago, I was getting different. There we go. So I zoomed out a little bit. Now you can see the community of interest is a fairly large area right there. Can y'all see that? See it blinking down there? Let me turn the labels off on. Bear with me just for 1 second because I just kind of figured all this out. Properties.
Yep.
Labeling, do not label. Just doing that. Let me get this out of the way. Apply changes.
Yep.
So,
and then dismiss it.
Dismiss it. This is just the 10 regions. I have the 10 regions on the screen right now. Just the 10 regions. So we come down here, we zoom in a little bit, dismiss that. So now there's no titles, but the one I did information, clicked on a spot, and evidently somebody did the whole state. You can see there's multiple layers of community interest here, and only one's popping up right now. I'm not sure if that's me not knowing how to operate it, but these kind of things will get cleaned up over the next. Okay, you can only select it. You could just select so her comment is, my name is Julianne Moore. Title, and then the population of, that area for what it's worth. So as you can see, they're overlaid, they're broke up. We got to figure out a way to organize them and display that data so that it's easier to understand or quicker to hit you rather than kind of going, what am I looking at kind of thing.
Right.
And where I'm at. Yeah, I don't know what's happening now. It's not showing me any information. So let's turn that visibility back on.
Now you turned it off.
I turned it off. There, visibility.
And down here.
Looks like.
So your columns in here next to SHP overlay, you've got two different columns. If you move your, you've got the visibility column and you've got the selection column. So visibility is just turning it on or turning it off. The selection is where you could end up a particular shape, use that to select the polygons underneath it in Edge to start using that to build a district. So that could be one of the ways that you would utilize the system to start drawing a district, given some of the COIs that you have. But you would use those to select the territory that they have defined as that COI. Okay.
I don't know what I've done now as far as confusing, but I click right here. And that's a community of interest, but then all of that is a community of interest from where I'm seeing. And then, so these community interests are obviously heavily overlaid.
Right.
And we need to figure out a way to show them separately. Or scroll through them. You can go through them 1, 2, 3.
And that's part of what Fred is working on now, so that they're selectable individual records, individual COIs are selectable in alone, a single COI to show that, or maybe a combination of COIs. You know, I did mine sorting by the region to select which COIs are being shown on that side. So there's a bunch of different functionalities there, and we're just waiting to see what Fred has worked on, but this is the kinds of things that he and I have talked about as a way of making use of that information.
Sorry, I've gotten it out of whack somehow. But, you know, we just got the data in the last couple minutes, and it's a little bit confusing as to how it's going to work out. The application has to be edited to work with the COIs. Even the way we have it now.
Excuse me. Is there a way that we could sort of tailor down our communities of interest to maybe just look at ethnic minorities and compare that against our census data? Is there a way to sort of divvy it up at this point, or is that not technologically capable?
I think they may have a comment on this.
I mean, not necessarily, just, is there a way to align identified communities of interest, not necessarily ethnic, but like racial categories, and align those with census data based on what we've seen, like say, you know.
And that's kind of what we've done in terms of the looking at the populations on the far right hand of each of the COIs, so that you have some of that. Question is how to display them, how to, you know, right now we just have the raw numbers in, what to do in terms of percentages, so that then you can play with that sort of thing. So it's those kinds of functionalities that, ultimately you'll be able to do that and use that as selection or whatever the case may be.
So, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, John Russell.
So I think that you raise an important point, particularly when the commission is starting with the COI analysis and establishing that cadence of how they'll be moving through them, that it might be a more straightforward approach, particularly when I was looking at the list that Mr. Brace's team had compiled. I believe some jumped out as the Hispanic area or so on and so forth. And so maybe what I hear the thought is that if you pull up that community of interest and overlay that the census data, those tables, that is that demonstrated in the census data? And if so, then, and that doesn't get to predominance or any of those issues, because we're not making any analysis of the total or what the total means or extrapolating any information. All the commission would be doing is saying, if a group, particularly groups that are identified in the census data, are advocating for a community of interest based on their that would be a more straightforward place to begin.
Yes, I'm gonna end up sharing my screen again and show you one of the things that Moon has been working on, and she sent to the team a couple of days ago, I think, is when I got this. This is some of the analysis that she is doing in terms of looking at where there are overlaps and how much overlaps of the COI. Okay. So what she's doing is she is, in order to synthesize the data, she is looking at how much overlap there is. And this is done at the census block level of how many COIs are covered by that area, by that census block. And so the darker greens are all where I think she has 6 different COIs. And then it goes down to lighter, and this is down at 1 COI that is covered in this territory here. So clearly in this part of the state, there's a more concentration of the COI interests down here. Now, she doesn't have what caused it to be that. You know, all she's counting right now is just, we have 6 here as opposed to 1 down here. We'll have to see what she comes up with to add more information. Some of what we could end up doing and having some of this to look at, and like Chairman Rebecca had said, you know, what is the concentrations? Where are the concentrations for the racial groups, for example? And seeing some of that information. So I'm sorry, Julie.
No, I just, through the chair, wanted to build on my previous statement about when the commission is presently moving from the proposed COIs offered by the community and the end result of the final COIs as overlays on the map. One thing I wanted to highlight was, and it ties perfectly in with the racial conversation we're having now, and not getting over into that predominance area that we're very careful to avoid. If there are, for example, an Asian minority community that has advocated for designation as a community of interest, that community of interest, again, can be overlaid with the census data for that area. And, oh, there it is. Maybe it needs to be a little bit, few more census blocks based on the census data, or those kinds of considerations. But the point I wanted to make was that COI data may or may not be implicated in a subsequent Voting Rights Act analysis. Again, may or may not, based on Dr. Hanley's analysis and then Mr. Adelson's analysis. But what it will do is it will serve to inform your diverse population requirement. So to really encourage you to think about those kinds of, when we're talking about racial data, that even if it does not go into a VRA analysis, a formal VRA analysis area, that we have that diverse population requirement, so that will be very helpful to the commission in that regard. So again, I think what the trying to decide where to start for COIs, to start being able to start those discussions and have some conclusions drawn by the commission.
And I guess the thing I would suggest now, Doug, you've taken a look at the COIs. If you've got a given COI ID, I can then bring that up. Okay.
Yeah, that's what the process indicates. And so we'll follow that.
Yep. Yep.
So we're ready to get started?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner
Okay,
Clark.
good. We'll follow through the redistricting process, and we'll start with page 1. We're going to select the region we're going to work with, and we'll start with the Southwest.
Right. Okay.
And now we have to have the discussion on the COI. So if you could bring up
Southwest or South Central?
All right.
We were going to do Southeast and South Central today.
Oh, Southeast and South, excuse me. Okay, let's do the South Central first.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. And if I have to step out, MC is going to be my backup.
Yeah,
as
all
we
right,
go
that's
through
fine.
this. Okay. So if you could bring that map up of the South Central and the surrounding counties, because we may need those.
Yep.
And bring up the automated COI display. We're on page 2. If you could bring that up so we can just get an idea, and then we'll go through the individual COIs to see their relevance. We don't want to keep hello COIs.
All right, so I'm going to bring in the regions.
Okay, South Central consists of Clinton, Eaton, and Ingram counties. For people's knowledge that don't have the map with the county names on them. And this will include the Lansing area.
Okay, yep. So let me let me bring in the layer of the regions. That's in another part.
So while he's doing that, we'll go through all of the COIs that Moon has distributed to us, and that came from the public tool. We'll go through them one by one and see about their relevance in conjunction with the flow chart. After we do that, then we also have some comments from the public hearings that may or may not be in that public tool. So we'll gather that as well from the individuals here at the table. And the way we'll do that is I'll name one, and then we'll go around the table. And if you have one to share, mention it. And if you don't, just say pass. We'll go through the commissioners that way.
All right, which
We're in the South Central.
right, but I need a COI number.
Okay, so I don't have the numbers.
That's the key. The COI number is this. That's how these are built.
This is Sarah with the Michigan Department of State. So Commissioner Clark, if there's a particular mapped COI in the public comment portal that you wanted to begin with, if you're able to pull up that comment in the public comment portal, the ID number is also listed within the comment on the same page.
Yeah, that's the ID number.
Yeah, I'm not logged into that right now. Are you MC?
I am there, yeah.
Okay.
And news there.
So by doing it this way, how are we going to ensure we hit them all?
You can, we'll be able to bring in multiple COIs so that you can look at them.
MC's working at it at the moment.
Alternatively, one other suggestion is to just start at the top of the list.
Yeah.
And work your way down. So Kim could open up the very first shape file that he has in that folder for that region.
Okay.
And you could see what it is and go from there.
Okay, sweet. Let's do it that way. They'll go move quicker.
Yeah, so what I'm going to end up needing to do though is, I know.
Does the code give you information about the
No, right now the shape files are just identified by the shape number. It's embedded within there is the region, but the only way to bring it up is doing this. So
That's the state web.
so I can bring that one up. Yeah, well, it already exists in there. Got that. This is.
That's going to be the right.
Yeah. to show just one of them? Which one? So you got to look at, so what's the district number? No. This is just what that is in the shape file. Yeah. That's what the person's called. I don't want that. Right, but this is the overarching.
Do you need some time, Kim, to work on that? We can move on and talk about while you're doing that COIs that we heard at the public hearings.
Yeah, if you can give me the individual COI numbers, that's the way.
I don't
that-
have a list of them.
Yeah, but MC has access to.
So I have one that we
Okay,
could start with, C 749.
749. That's not the ID. The ID is a 5-digit number.
Hmm. So this is what I'm looking at. Yeah, and it's true, like I guess I've seen, right, when I printed it out, the plan ID does come out differently, but I haven't figured out how to reconcile that yet. Yeah. But that is, for what it's worth, that is, we did receive public comment yesterday and today from the Greater Lansing, Tri-County, the Hispanic community, and it's that one.
Okay, now, these COIs that I have is what was there provided by Moon as of last Friday.
The August 8th.
Yeah.
This was submitted on June 13th, so I think it should be in there.
It should be in there then. Yeah, okay.
Right. And
Yeah, I think Mr. Brace's point is that he doesn't have a shape file for what was submitted just within 24 or 48 hours.
Right, right.
Madam Chair, I think maybe that first chart that Mr. Brace pulled up where they were able to sort, and I believe the column header was district when it referred to region. And maybe starting with that sort by region and just starting again with the first row from that table, the second row, the third row, and moving down in that fashion. Because that table that I believe that Mr. Taylor built is what Mr. Bray said might be a more
Yeah,
organized way to start.
Yeah, in order to do that, we're really dealing with two different software. That table is coming in through ArcMap as opposed to Edge for right now. So I was showing you what it looked like from ArcMap, which is what this is here.
Can we just, and pardon the interruption, please, could we just again start with that ID number in the software where we can pull it up? I was just saying reference the table for the map ID numbers.
Right. So these are all the South Central there. And now I can go over
There we are.
and so you see, here's the plan ID for the individual ones. This is what Moon has given to us.
And
Can we bring those up one at a time?
Yeah,
if we
Let's
scroll
do
up to
that.
the top of the list.
Yeah.
There we are.
And just work our way down.
okay.
Bring them up one at a time.
So 19,892 is what I'm looking for. So. $19,892. Okay. This is 19,892.
Okay,
Okay.
and does it describe what it is?
It's over here in this table. So that's that record there, 892. And that's all Lansing addresses and mostly of Waverly School District and half of Lansing School District Sexton.
Okay, so the question in front of us then is, do the public comments adequately describe the community of interest?
Right.
Okay, and the answer to that,
So what this is it's looks like it's trying to follow school district,
correct?
trying to see, but it may have a couple of school districts. They're not defined individually, but it is the collection of, as I said, all Lansing addresses. So they've selected in this area of Lansing plus where the Waverly School District crosses outside of the city of Lansing.
Okay,
Is the way I would interpret it.
so that, and I would too, so,
I know what it is.
Okay,
You're looking at Waverly Road's a dividing line between looking at the map, the left of Waverly. Lansing school districts are on the right, obviously. All the Lansing addresses are signed by the assessor's office.
right.
So while Eaton County has Lansing addresses, they're not city of Lansing
Yeah,
necessarily,
that's true. That's true.
if that helps anybody.
but they're in the south central region.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so I believe that the data confirms the COI description. Does anybody disagree with that? Okay, let's take it as a yes. It does describe it. And are the COI boundaries sufficient to keep intact? I believe so, based on what I've seen. And so we need to consider including this when we start drawing our maps.
Could you clarify what the community of interest is? I know what they're drawing it is, but what is the actual community of interest? How is this group that they're drawing linked? I'm not following.
To me, it's a school district.
Is it the school district that they're saying, or is it that I was hearing about Lansing addresses? Is it just everybody with a Lansing address?
Well, let me show you something here. They have apparently in that same session, they've generated 3 different COIs. And it looks like Moon System assigned it all the same ID, but then put a -1 and a -2. Okay, so I'm going to show those on the map. Let me do it this way.
Kim, can you provide the COI ID number as it is listed in the public comment portal?
The only ones that I have is 19,892-1-0 and -2. Those are these 3 COIs. And so what that is, you can see the one here to the left-hand side, that's the one that I brought in. So they also have this other one, the eastern side of Lansing, and then outside of Lansing on that side. Okay. So if I bring in, again, bring in there, 19,892, 1. And now bring in.
While he's doing that, Steve or MC, you live in the area or have lived in the area, does that represent different school districts?
Yeah.
Okay, all 3 of those. Yeah, we'll take a look. Here they are.
Yep.
I already talked about. Jump in them, see if you want. I already talked about the Waverly Lansing, which would be the west side of Lansing. The center that you're looking at that says East Lansing would be the east side of Lansing, and obviously East Lansing schools. Then you're moving out Hazlet, the school district, Okemos is a school district, Bath and Williamston are both school districts, separate school districts.
But they've combined them on this map. as
Right.
Rural school districts. outside
Basically,
the
Well,
city.
yeah.
Williamston and Bath are rural, the rest of them are urban.
Yeah, but they're outside the city limits of East Lansing and Lansing.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
Yeah.
The 0 and 1 is focusing in Lansing, and then you've got kind of an
Okay.
outside, yeah.
So my assumption is these COIs that have been identified to us through the public comment tool are school districts. We have acceptable school district boundaries to utilize them. As
Assuming
COIs.
those are school district boundaries, I don't know that that's accurate.
Yeah.
That's one of the keys, you know.
So.
I mean, I'm generally saying, based on these, what's in there.
So our alternative here, one of the options we have is to pull this aside, have the secretary or the Department of State contact the individual who submitted it and get the answer to that.
Well, it's also a question of, is there an alternative source for the school district boundaries? Because as Commissioner Lett says, we don't really know exactly. This is their rendition of what they think it might be. But it would probably be better since we're going to be dividing in, this district, that district, this, in terms of which district you're drawing. It'd be better to have a more exacting shapefile of the districts, if the school district has that. So that would be the kind of question I think that I would have as a technician of, all right, if I'm drawing there, what's my boundaries that I could make use of? This is a start, but it's probably may not be complete. I don't know that yet.
Commissioner Wood, or I always want to promote you. Communications Director Wood, did you have a comment?
Yeah, can you go back to the table? Because what I saw on the table was the Waverly School. And I
Yes.
saw the West or Lansing Sexton, which would be the west side of Lansing in the description. I just want to make sure I read it right. There it is. All Lansing addresses is most of Waverly School Districts and half of Lansing School, specifically referencing Sexton High School, which is on the west side. Now, I don't know what the boundaries are, but that kind of gives us some type of description in terms of what it's talking about. Then if you look at the other one, it's basically referring to the Everett and Easton School District and the East Lansing School District as a whole. And then the third one would be the Bath, Hazlet, and Okemos School.
Right.
Okay, so I don't know if that helps, but basically what I'm interpreting from that is the schools that are feeder system to Sexton would be that Lansing one, the schools that are in Lansing School District, and the schools that are feeder system to Everett and Eastern would be another district. So
Another
that
district,
breaks
right.
up the Lansing School District as well as the East Lansing School District. And then you have all of Bath, Hazlet, and Okemos School.
So it seems like what they're suggesting is dividing Lansing between school districts. This set over here, that set over there. And that would be the suggestion that they were having in terms of, if you're going to divide Lansing, this is how you ought to divide it.
Mr. Brace, is it possible for you to enlarge the text on this screen so our live stream viewing audience can see what the text
See
is?
what, yes, that is something that, let's see.
Yeah, that's the assumption I would draw, Kim.
Yeah.
From it. So the decision is to the commission. Do we accept that as the boundaries for the schools, or do we need to validate that?
Commissioner Rothorn.
what I hope we're doing in our process is trying to minimize the assumptions we have to make. And I think that's part of why we're doing this process. I do think I don't think it's a school district. I think it's portions of a school district. And I think that's what Mr. Edwards was talking about. And I think if we're going to, right, we have to somehow go back and find the shape files. And I do have shape files for ISDs. I did find those school district shape files. And I'm seeing Mr. Morgan nod his head. So I think if we have ISD district shape files that we can use as an overlay, we might get some representation. But again, these are portions of a school district. I do think there's too many assumptions that we're making here.
Yeah.
And so for me, it's important that we sort of, and we're setting a precedent. This is our first one. So I feel like we do want to say, hey, let's try not to make assumptions. We shouldn't say, let's try. Let's not make assumptions. And let's use the process that we have, which does say, and let's just read it. We've got the flow chart, but we've got a process here. Let's see if I can read it. That COI process. Well, this is the flow chart, but I'm thinking of the COA process and considerations is there sufficient data available to determine a geographical boundary of this proposed community to ensure its inclusion in entirety within the same district? I think it's less, there's population, there's less population. There's it's a small population, so we can include it. I think it's just how we include it. Or let's say not making an assumption.
Take a look though, if you notice on my screen here, I've moved over and there's the total population for each of these three. So you've got the left-hand one, which is this first one, is 18,195 people. You've almost got a house district right there. This second one,
Correct. Apologies, Mr.
the
Bruce.
east side,
I believe it says 89,000.
I'm sorry, 89,000, you're right. The second one, the East Lansing side is 10,980. And then the outside rural parts of what that is 52,000. So just from the standpoint of drawing and how you could end up utilizing that, this is why we put in the populations so that you can have that information too at the same time.
Go ahead, Mr. Morgan. Is your mic on? Yeah.
Oh,
We're having problems
Okay.
with mics today.
Yeah, so what Kim was saying is that the populations were added based on the shapefile that was received from Munduchin. So the shapefile is the shapefile, he appended the population. So that satisfies the request to have population associated with these citizen-defined boundaries. In addition, it might be possible to get these school boundaries as a shapefile independent of what the citizen has drawn. That is an option you could look at. That would require extra work, either asking the citizen to provide it or to have somebody look at the school district boundaries through the county websites, for example. Or there may be unified school districts in the census data, which may or may not correspond to the actual school districts on the ground.
Commissioner Lett.
One of my favorite things is don't overthink this. We don't have to assume anything. The person has drawn it. Period.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. I tend to agree. If we're going to micromanage every plan and try to provide verification, we're never going to get this process done.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I just say this is what people have drawn. We follow our process and accept it. And it doesn't mean at least I don't interpret that we are bound in stone to not split up this particular community of interest. It's just, it's been identified would be the way I would interpret it. Commissioner Widges.
And keep in mind, we can make assumptions. We have a second round of public hearings that we're going to go through for people to make comments on if they don't think we did the right thing in a particular area.
Yeah, I would suggest that we don't try to modify or bring assumptions in as well. Just accept it as it is and move forward.
Commissioner Rothman.
So how, just because we have an hello COI, like how do we then, when we get to that one, how do we deal with that one then? You see what I mean? Like somehow whatever we're doing now, we have to apply consistently.
The hello COI would be one that we would send back, have the Department of State send back to them and ask them to explain it.
Yeah, I think we can tell off the cuff that that one's probably not legitimate.
Yeah.
Commissioner Orton.
Well, the hello one or other things like that, it doesn't comply with our other things. It's not contiguous. So we know we can't use that. So we just
True.
set that aside
Right.
and move on. We're gonna have to do this much more concisely because we haven't drawn anything yet and we're running out of time.
Commissioner Lett.
Well, I think that to answer MC's query of how we go about this, we were chosen, 13 of us were chosen to make these decisions. We take the information that was given us. If it wasn't concise enough, then we're going to interpret it. We're going to apply it in the most logical way possible and move forward. We can't go back and ask them what they meant, but we're never going to get them drawn if we start doing that.
Do we, as commissioners, have this list? I don't know that I've seen this particular list that you have up right now.
I don't know if, Sarah, did you taking what moved to sent? I mean, we can generate, I can end up generating that and send it to Sarah in that regard, but yes.
Okay. I am just trying to think of how we can make this process go quicker and more efficiently. That was my thought, is
Right,
if we have
right.
the list ahead of
List
time.
ahead of time,
Maybe
right.
we can look at it and be like, yes, no, maybe so, and just
Right,
vote
or
on them and
something
move
like
on.
that, yeah. I would agree with you. We're experimenting here.
Yes,
you know,
yes, we're
this
trying to
is
figure it out. This
yes,
is all
we're-
new.
This is we're making the cake and
Yes,
figuring out what
as was so,
ingredients are.
as
you
was
know.
so common to say during this year of remote schooling, let's just give each other a little grace, and
Yep.
we're
yep.
all learning on the fly. Okay, so Doug, I think we've discussed this particular COI. What is the next step on our flow chart? Because we've discussed the validity of it and the, so what's our next
Yeah,
step?
I think we've learned a lot from just going through the first one and that we need to speed up the process. We need to accept it or send a note back. But my assumption is we should accept it. I think it's got the adequate criteria to use and move forward. So if nobody has an objection, we can look at the next COI.
Executive Director Hammersmith.
And then just a comment, we were going to flag those. So we were going to label them with an F dash and then whatever number that the EDS team creates. So we're not consistently going back to what we've already done. We know that we're done. It's F final. We've made the recommendation to accept and move on to the next one.
Go ahead, Commissioner Orton.
But I think you kind of said this already, but I just want to make sure when we say, so it's a final one, that doesn't mean it's locked in stone. We will not break that up, right? Because we have a lot more to consider.
Yeah, Sarah Reinhardt.
Thank you, Commissioner Orton. Per your rules of procedure or your mapping process and considerations document that was adopted yesterday, once a COI by the commission is agreed upon as final, it can only be altered with a majority vote of the commission. So it can be changed, it's not set in stone, but it would require a majority vote.
Commissioner Lett.
What does that mean?
That's what I was just going to ask. I mean, because we're going to have
Okay,
a bunch
but-
of competing ones.
I mean, the only thing that I see that means is we've taken a look at it. Yeah, that's a reasonable COI and we'll consider it in our mapping process.
That's the way I understand it too,
Then
Steve.
I would raise one other question for you. Is this COI the three ones combined? Or is it one at a time? See, because we have three different COIs that we've looked at here. So that's, kind of if you're going to adopt it, is it all three of them combined or one at a time, basically?
Madam Chair,
Yes, General Counsel.
these communities of interest appear to be separate submissions, particularly in the way that they've divided the ISDs or the school districts, as Commissioner Lett had indicated, between those areas. So they appear to be three distinct.
I would agree with that. There's three maps. I mean, they're all together, but there are three separate COIs. There's three separate entries and there's three separate drawings. So
Okay,
we
so
considered all three at once.
I was gonna say, we considered all three at once. Does anyone have any particular concerns or objections with any of these COIs, or can we just at this point say, okay, we accept them?
Yeah, I would suggest that we accept them as three separate ones, and that appears what was submitted, and
Sure,
then move forward.
that's fine.
Okay. With any objection to that? Otherwise, we'll just move forward.
Moving on.
Okay, let's look at the next COI. And I think we learned a lot from the first one that
Right.
It'll speed this up.
Commissioners,
Yes, Ms. Reinhardt.
thank you. For record keeping purposes, before we move on, I do have just a few additional questions for the commission regarding your approach to drafting this COI. I'll just start with a few of the process questions from the process document that just require a bit of additional clarity, and I'll do this on an ongoing basis for record keeping. How did the commission consider data available to determine a geographic boundary of this proposed COI?
I would suggest that that was from the maps that were provided.
Do additional public comment submissions describing the COI agree or conflict to your knowledge?
I agree.
Is the commission able to draw conclusions about the COI boundaries based on all available information?
Correct. We were able to do that.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay.
And just to clarify, I want to make sure we have this clear for the record, that on the spreadsheet that you had, and Mr. Brace, this was FID 17, 18, and 19.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to state that for the record.
Okay.
Commissioner Witches has a question too.
Let me raise.
Yes, go
Raise
ahead.
one, you looked at the FID, okay? That's really not the number that you want to be looking at.
The ID number?
Yeah, it's the
Well, you're gonna have
ID
to make
number.
that bigger for my eyeballs.
I know, I apologize. Yes, I agree. But that's the FID is simply within shape in a GIS, the record number that's in that table. The most important one is what is being transferred back and forth from Moon and us, which is the ID or the plan ID number. Okay,
So what is the plan ID for those?
so those are 19,892-0-1-2.
Okay, so 19,892-0-1-2. Okay,
Right.
thank you. Commissioner
further
Witches still
question.
has a question.
What happens if a community of interest that we approve now is encompassed by a community of interest that's larger? Because for example, I'm looking at on the public comment portal right now, I'm looking at ID C1988, which is the greater Lansing area. And a good part of the one we just approved is in here for the school districts. Does that require that we have to discuss and approve the larger one then? And then by default, the smaller ones are automatically included at that point?
Commissioner Lett?
I don't think so. I mean, everybody can have, as we have realized in 16 or 18 public hearings, everybody has their own interpretation of what a COI is. So we've looked at the first one, which encompassed 3, quite frankly, and the questions that were asked and answered are, are they accurate? Are they, I'll say legitimate? Can we tell what they are? Yeah, we could. So now we're going to look at another one that's even bigger. Well, okay, that's the same questions. Can we tell what it is, what they're trying to get at? Is it seem reasonable? We'll consider it. How we consider it in the end That's what debate's about. So, there are going to be all kinds of overlaps. Unless we go back and say you got to modify your COI for us. make
Mr.
it cute.
Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, along Commissioner Lett's lines, these conflicting COIs might be appropriate for a different level of analysis, like a congressional plan. Like if this is a greater area and here in the state Senate, it's too big for a state Senate district, you can use these COIs to inform your decision at, different levels of mapping.
So let me share with you one other piece. I just turned on the next shapefile in that sorted order of what we have, and that's 22028. And that now shows your boundary of that particular shapefile, community of interest. That kind of overlaps with what other people have said. I turned off those other three, but you can end up starting to see how things tend to sit on top of each other. So there's a good example of this in what we've just been looking at. We can turn back on that one there. Well, that doesn't quite cover as much as what the other one did. There's different ways of taking a look at these and potentially, changing the color on them so you can see the difference. I mean, there's a lot of different tools to help that process. But what you are seeing is that there's two different COIs that somewhat comport in the same way, but don't quite comport in the same way. And that's what you're going to see.
Madam Chair.
Yes, General Counsel.
And certainly the boundaries are a very important component of this discussion. But again, going back to the table for that particular, the new shapefile that Mr. Brace has activated, again, I would encourage the commission to look again at the individual who submitted it, their explanation of it, why it's a COI, what the common interests are, or those considerations when the commission is examining it. Again, the boundaries are very important, but when you're considering them, I think the reasoning put forward by the individuals or groups that are submitting them is a critical piece of that analysis, and will kind of demonstrate and inform why they selected the boundaries they did, what the reasons were, what the support was, and all of that was, asked for and requested, getting people to talk about these areas.
So here's the text that went with this second one that I did for you. Community map we are sharing is Lansing from the perspective of the young people. We know that these maps will go in effect for 10 years and we will be by voting age by then. Our voice is important. We care about road quality, racial equality, diversity, healthy lifestyles, and high school dropout prevention. Some good observation kind of things. I don't know why they did it to the, it's all of Lansing and some more of Delta Township over here. I don't know why they did that, but that's what they're submitting on that side.
So I would suggest, so we can move through these quickly. Do we have the boundaries? Do we have enough information to consider it as we move forward?
Commissioner Lett.
I agree with that. And kind of to address Dustin's comments, I think as we look at these COIs, one of the things that we need to consider is which ones are incongruent with each other. Are we seeing a bunch of them that are saying, generally speaking, just like we're looking at right now?
Right.
The first three were school districts. If you look at this one, there's kind of an expanded school district. So I would say those two mesh. Now, we're going to get, somebody's going to come in and say, baloney. So those are the things that I think we're going to look at in these. The more COIs are in agreement with one area, that gives a lot of weight to us. If we got 10 that are, they may be the same area, but they're for totally different reasons, then we got to decide what we're gonna do.
Commissioner Orton.
Okay, I don't even know if I should say this, but I'm thinking we're starting with COIs, which is third on the list. And I'm wondering if we're just getting bogged down in that, it's going to take long. Would it be possible for us to just draw a basic boundary that's approximately the right population, which is our first criteria, and then we can just look and see in there, like on the edges, there might be some COIs that we'd be breaking up. So we can take that into consideration and move it a little. But all the ones that are right in the center, we're not going to be breaking them up. So we don't really need to be spending so much time thinking about those. I'm just wondering if that might be a faster way to go about this.
Commissioner Clark, did you have a comment?
Yeah, the reason we're going through this part of it is to validate that we have the correct information on the COIs before we do any redistricting. Not that doing it your way would be acceptable. I think it is an acceptable approach.
But if some of these COIs are in the middle of the boundary we would create, we don't need to validate them. It doesn't matter if we're not considering breaking them up, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think I'd have to look at the numbers, but I think the size of the population in the Lansing area, we're going to have multiple districts, probably 3. I would think 3 Senate districts. Is that right? About. So I think all of these are probably going to be divided in some way, shape, or form because they're just too big.
Madam Chair.
Executive Director Hammersmith.
Sorry, I was just going to ask Mr. Brace the population in these 3 districts of the region that we're looking at, so we have a better sense of how many Senate districts there would be there.
While Kim's getting that information, if you're looking only at the South Central, it's just the 3 counties. But if we're looking at both South Central and Southeast, together, then it's a little more population than just those 3 counties.
Madam Chair.
Yes, General Counsel.
I wanted to address Commissioner Orton's suggestion about moving forward. I just wanted to reiterate again that as the commission develops its cadence and figures out what works. So if the commission, this document can be amended and updated. It's your document on your work process. So if there is a suggestion to, as Commissioner Orton indicated, let's see by population what these districts might look like and move forward in that manner. Certainly that is something that the commission could do. And then we would update your process documents as needed. I just didn't want the commission to think that it was a rigid or an inflexible, that the commission is mapping. This has never been done in this fashion in Michigan before. So, we're approach it with grace and patience and finding out what works and how the information that you have available to you now can be best used to accomplish the task at hand, which is drawing the Senate districts in the Southeast and South Central region. So I just wanted to highlight that for your benefit.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Continuous process improvement is perfectly acceptable. And if we see that we're getting bogged down and we're really eating into our time, then let's discuss changing how we do it. I think it's an excellent suggestion, Cynthia.
Commissioner Villette.
I agree with Commissioner Orton. I think that if we do it by population, some of these COIs will fall within that. And like she said, we won't even have to worry about them. We won't have to validate them.
And-
Commissioner Rothorn.
And we'll still respect their wishes because the ultimate product will still be, yeah, respecting this, their wish for a community of interest. I do wonder, and it would be a priority, like it's the top priority too. So do we want to try to switch now, or do we want to do like 2 or 3 more COIs and like continue with what's the will of the, yeah, I'm not.
Well, I'm just wondering if we can work through them quicker so that we can decide what we're accepting and what we're rejecting, and then we have them, and then we draw the lines. And then if we need to dig deeper into a community of interest, so say we want to draw a line here and it's like, oh, there's a community interest, then we can look more closely maybe at that particular community of interest. Commissioner Lett.
Well, we've done 2. Let's do 10 and see how it goes.
Yeah.
See how we do.
Technically, we've done at least 3 so far.
Oh,
Because that first group was 3.
I considered that 1 since it was dash.
I'm trying to be
0, dash
optimistic
1,
here.
dash 2. So let's just get a feel for how it's going and then see what we got to do. That's my
I think-
suggestion.
I think that is a good suggestion. I think it's 11 o'clock. We're supposed to break for lunch at noon. I think let's just continue doing what we're doing, work through the communities of interest. And then at lunch, we can all take a break, we can all relax, think about it. And if we decide that process isn't working for us, we can pivot and do something else. Does anyone have any objections to just sort of continuing for the next hour with what we've been doing? Does anyone need a break right now for 5 minutes or 10 minutes for personal needs? Okay, so unless there are any objections, I would suggest that we take a 10-minute recess so people can get up and move around. We've been at it for 2 hours. Hearing no objections, let's go ahead and take a recess. It's 11:02. Sarah, is Aaron online?
I am, yes.
Yes, she
Oh,
is.
thank you very much, Commissioner Wagner. I call the meeting of the MICRC back to order at 11:14 PM. For the purposes of the public watching and for the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Hello, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending the meeting remotely, please disclose your physical location. I'll start with Doug Clark,
Present.
Juanita Curry,
Present.
Anthony Eade, Brittany Kellum, Rhonda Lang, Steve Lett,
Here.
Cynthia Orton,
Present.
MC Rothorn,
Present.
Rebecca Satella,
Present.
Janice Follett,
Present.
Aaron Wagner,
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss,
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
10 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are continuing with our new business item, which is working on mapping and considering communities of interest. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I think we learned a lot this morning, and I would suggest that through discussions with other people, that we take a look at these. We decide if the data is, quickly decide if the data is there that we can utilize and make a decision whether we need to go back to the people for more information or move forward, accept it and move forward, and just try to do it in 2 or 3 minutes for each COI.
Madam Chair,
Yes, General Counsel.
certainly, my recommendation is as far as going back for more information. It's my understanding that the Department of State had already sent out a communique for people to supplement that data, and that the mapping portal contains information guiding individuals on their submissions about naming it, providing the rationale and reasoning behind it. So I would encourage the commission to move forward their determinations based on the information in front of them at this time.
Thank you. I also need a point of clarification because I'm looking at our process document and I noticed that it references that is there sufficient data to ensure its inclusion in its entirety within the same district? And I think something that we've discussed here is that some of these communities of interest are very large, so much so that we would not be able to include them in a single district. So my question for General Counsel would be, is that a limitation on our current COI process, or can we just move through the process quickly and approve things, even if they might be too large and we might ultimately have to divide them?
Madam Chair, you're absolutely correct. If you move through the process and look and the analysis that you're doing now, and again, you will build your cadence and be able to do this once you're used to the analysis and the process you're going through for the analysis. I think it'll go much more quickly. But again, when you get to the mapping point, that is when the COIs will interact with other criteria. So right now, the commission is looking at COIs independently, as Commissioner Orton highlighted, that you're looking just at the submission from a member of the public and making your analysis just based on that without the context of the other criteria or the proposed district lines.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I think moving forward, what we're going to do is we're going to try to be more systematic. We're going to pull up a community interest. We're going to look at it. We're going to just decide, following our process, is there sufficient data to determine the geographic boundary of this proposed community of interest? If there is, we're going to agree on that and then move on. If there is not, we need to decide if we need to obtain additional information or if we desire to obtain additional information. And, just follow our flow chart and make sure we're answering those questions and then moving on quickly. So, Mr. Clark, do you have another community of interest that you want us to look at by number?
I don't have the numbers, but the next one on
Mr.
the
Brace,
list,
yep.
Kim. And as Kim brings these up, I'll just ask the question, do we have enough information to continue on? And if there's no objection, then we'll just move forward.
Thank you.
And if we decide to move forward, Sarah's got some questions that have to be answered for each one.
Sorry, our next one is saying the title is Greater Lansing Community. Well, that's a good question. Did we
We
decide
did
on
not
that
know.
one?
No, we did not.
Okay.
So let's not make a decision on the young people one. Do we have sufficient information? Anybody think we do not? I believe we do. Okay, let's give it over to Sarah, and she's got some questions for her documentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Actually, the questions that I would ask are reflected in your process document for step 1 question, step 2 question, and step 3. So if the commission would like to proceed in examining and providing responses to those questions, then I can record those. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Do you want us to include the considerations to get to yes or no comments, or just the upper question?
I would encourage the commission to look through the considerations, and if you feel like you want to bring up one of those for any particular COI, feel free to.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
And just to clarify, again, that the considerations and the steps are that every step doesn't have to be recorded. Again, if the COI is contiguous, if the rationale and reasoning is there, at this point, the commission is just collecting the information that it needs to move forward with the mapping. And I think when you get into the mapping and you start, it was already raised, well, what if a community of interest is bigger than the district? Well, then we'll need to get more deeper into that analysis and addressing that tension between those criteria of the population and the communities of interest. And I skipped over contiguity because I know that the commission's not going to draw lines that aren't contiguous. But so I would, again, is what was submitted, the boundaries, was the rationale there, and have that. So I don't think each step needs to be captured at this point as closely, but this is just the thought process that the commission should be going through that's outlined in the steps. And certainly if there's something you want to highlight for the record, that can be captured.
Okay, so we're looking at, is there sufficient data to determine the geographic boundary? And I'm just trying to understand what other questions I'm supposed to be asking.
Could you go through these questions one by one, Sarah?
Absolutely, Commissioner Clark. So for your COI process and consideration, step 1 is there sufficient data available to determine a geographical boundary of this proposed COI?
The answer is yes on that.
Yes. So as you look through your public comment, for example, COI maps submitted through the public comment portal, the commission may determine that there is enough information there if they supply the geographical boundary. Public comment provided through verbal description at public hearings, the commission might see if there's an additional COI in the public comment describing that or providing geographical boundaries, or examine alternative data such as ACS or SRE data or census data to determine what the boundary of that COI might be. These are just options that are available for the commission. So the considerations there are assess available public comment submissions describing the COI and examining, do the public comment submissions describing the COI agree or conflict? And as I mentioned, examine other available data if it's available and if the commission would like to do so. And can you determine if the boundaries of the COI of the community of interest would not be divided between multiple districts if possible? As Commissioner Zatella mentioned earlier, and as the note underneath reflects, some larger COIs may not fit entirely into one district. Step 2, is the commission able to obtain additional information or data about this proposed COI? So that would be if the commission determines there is not enough data available. So step 2 is examining that other data if the commission determines that it needs it. And if there is sufficient data to be able to determine a boundary of the COI, you would proceed to step 3. Based on all available information, the commission may deliberate and include final COIs, but declare the COI that you're examining a final COI for inclusion in the special data layer.
Commissioner Lett.
I would volunteer to do this little process so that Sarah can pay attention to what we need to do. So I would volunteer to read these steps and go through and jump through the hoops.
Yeah, I'm fine with you doing that. I'm just wondering for a lot of these, based on what we've done already, I mean, I don't think we can say, no, there's no conflicting communities of interest out there, because we know there are. So I think maybe if everybody is comfortable with this, obviously I'm just one person, that we move through the process by saying, yes, the community is sufficiently defined. There's no lack of continuity. We do recognize that there may be conflicts with other communities of interest. We also recognize that this district could potentially be larger than an individual district, but we are choosing to accept it as final at this point. That's kind of my thought on it, because otherwise we're for every single one of these districts like this one I'm looking at right now, we're going to have to answer no to those questions. And based on our process document, then we have to go ask for more information. So maybe we need some changes in our process.
Let's walk through the one we got on the screen.
Okay,
And I'm volunteering to do that if you.
go ahead.
Okay.
Take it away, Mr. Lett.
We got a map up.
Yep.
I'm not seeing it on the screen anymore.
Yep, I stopped sharing so that I could try to recover what I was in the middle of. That's what.
I think we'll have the same comment on most of these.
Hopefully.
Maybe we should just have a standard set of comments, say we'll use a standard and unless we have an exception, so we can get through it quick.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is that we do step 1. We comment on the record that we recognize that there may be conflicts with other COIs and that we recognize that it may be larger than the final Senate or House districts or whatever the case may be. I would think Senate and House would be the only ones that would be implicated. However, nonetheless, we are approving it as a final COI. Did you have a comment, Commissioner Witches?
Mr. Brace, when your screen was up, I just saw that the File Explorer was preventing you from clicking anything on the out-of-bound edge. I don't see the screen anymore, but it was a Windows File Explorer that was keeping you from clicking the buttons in out-of-bound edge.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we proceed without it up on the screen?
Just to drop back to number 1. I don't think we did the questions. If we did, we do them again. But number 1 was the question is there sufficient data available to determine geographical boundary of this proposed community of interest to ensure its inclusion in entirety within the district. If you recall, that was the boundaries that were laid out by the person of what appeared to be the school districts. Unless there's an objection, that would be a yes. And we would go to step 3, which says based on all available information, the commission may deliberate and include final COI special data layer of the COI for reference during the mapping process if needed, and proceed with deliberation and determination of how this community of interest will be considered or included. We had that discussion and we basically decided that we were going to include that one. So unless there's an objection now, that number 1 would be included. I don't have the ID number.
I have the ID number.
It was 3 of them.
19,892,0, 19,892,1, 19,892,2.
Thank you. We did that one. I said that. Yep, now we're on to number two, what
Oh,
I'm
well, that
calling
one-
number two.
I don't have the number for yet.
22028.
Okay, 22028 then was the next one that the map they had drawn and that subsumed, overlapped the first three. So the question then, is there sufficient data available to determine a geographical boundary of this proposed community of interest? I would say it was, since the person drew it. There's no objection. We'll go to step 3 based on all the information. the
So
commission-
we're not addressing the considerations to get to yes questions then. That was where my concern was with, do public comment submissions describing this community interest agree or conflict? So we're just
The
gonna skip
yes,
over those,
the yes to 1, you jump to 3.
but these are the considerations to get to yes or no, which is what Sarah was asking me to ask questions about, these underlying questions.
I
So
don't
are
think
we
you
just
look at
jumping
those
over
unless
those?
there's a no.
That's still, it's a subset of step 1.
Right, it's a subset of step 1. That's where I feel like we're not following the process because we're supposed to consider these steps to get to yes or no. And I feel like to answer those questions,
Well,
we're
help
gonna
me
get
understand
no's.
there, because the process says, if yes, go to step 3.
But it says considerations to get to yes or no underneath. That's where I'm concerned that we're not following the process.
Then what you're telling me is we got to go through each one regardless.
My recommendation to the commission here is that as you're going through the steps, the considerations, they're suggestions, things that you may consider. I would encourage the commissioners to be familiar with those considerations as they're going through. My recommendation might be that you may not necessarily need to read each one aloud, but certainly commissioners read through them, familiarize yourself with them as you're going through. And if one of them particularly stands out as a question that may be beneficial to raise, that individual commissioners may pose that to the commission.
My comment would be is if we go through this process on each community of interest, it will take us probably a half an hour on each
That was my
community
point,
of
yeah.
interest, because we're going to look at state house maps, state senate maps, congressional maps. I'm just looking at this it'll take us forever. So we're either going to have to not do that, or we're going to have to change the process, or we're going to have to accept that we're going to spend all kinds of time on each one of these because we didn't consider any of these on the first 2.
Yeah, that was exactly my point and my concern, is that if we have to make a determination that this COI can fit in within the districts, even based on the ones we've already approved, the answer to that would be no. I'll catch you in a second, Ms. Reinhardt. And therefore, that was why I was saying, make that general statement for step 1, that we recognize that there could potentially be conflicts between other communities of interest, and that we recognize that the district or the proposed community of interest could in fact be larger than a Senate or House district. However, we are choosing to accept it as a final nonetheless, just to get that on the record, that we're aware that these could be concerns. We're not going to do a deep dive into it right now. We'll do that if we need to once we start mapping. That was my proposal, to kind of address that concern with what I'm seeing in the process document versus what is efficient for us to get through these communities of interest. Mrs. Reinhardt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one additional point that I wanted to raise regarding Commissioner Lett's comment. Communities of interest for each region as they are established would be consistent from district type to district type. So for example, today you're examining communities of interest in the Southeast and South Central region. And tomorrow, when you come in to map for the State House in the Southeast region, the communities of interest that you decide upon today would remain consistent through tomorrow. Oh, sorry. On Monday,
Next
I should
week.
clarify.
So, Madam Chair.
Yes, General Counsel.
Okay, Ms. Reinhardt put her mask back up, so I think she's concluded. so a few observations, again, consistent with my earlier statement that really this process, and again, the mapping process document can be modified. So some of these questions here at this stage, we wouldn't be able to have the answers to because there are no proposed districts. So if the commission decides to proceed in a manner as Commissioner Orton suggested, where there's a district identified and then the COIs are in there, it might be appropriate. What I would offer at this time is that, again, is there a boundary? Is it a easily identifiable boundary? What is the reasoning and rationale that the individual has proffered for the community of interest? And recognizing that and then moving forward to the next. And then when you're mapping, you will be able to get into the deeper conversations, particularly if there's a need to split a community or to not keep a community of interest whole. Again, in looking at it in conjunction with the other criteria. Right now, all the commission is looking at is communities of interest. So the question that's supported, is there rationale given? And does the commission at this point want to move forward with that community of interest? So acknowledging that it may be split or might not be split, or how big it is or how small it is, really that information really only comes into play, if you will, when you're mapping. And right now, the way that it's structured is you're simply identifying and considering the communities of interest put forward before you, whether they're going to be overlaid into the permanent data structure in the database. Again, I grant there might be some that are not contiguous. There are some that for reasons that don't match up with the constitutional framework for a community of interest, that there might be reasons why the commission, would move forward without formalizing a community of interest, but that be examined, and that might make the process move a lot faster as well.
Okay, I think we're going to accept that recommendation unless anyone has any objections, and we're just basically going to have two steps. So first step is there sufficient data to determine the geographical boundary of this proposed community of interest or to ensure its inclusion within the same district? Step two is, did the commenter provide a reason and rationale to support identifying this area as a community of interest? And if we have those two questions, then we can accept it as a final COI. Does that? I got a thumbs up from Miss Reinhardt, so I know I'm back on track. Okay, so now that we've got COI 22028, do we agree that there is sufficient data to determine the geographical boundary of this proposed community of interest? Yes. Any objections? Do we agree that the submitter provided reason and rationale supporting identifying that area as a community of interest? Okay, in light of that, we will accept this as a final community of interest to be on our data layer. Let's move on to the next one.
Okay, the next one is 22199. And let me bring up sharing. So 22199, let me turn off 22028. And so this one is simply our region. Yep. So the red there is what that 22199, the next one is.
Is there a description of that other than just Tri-County?
It is Greater Lansing Community, and it has Ingham, Eaton, and Clifton counties make up the Greater Lansing region, also called the Tri-County area. These counties share economic and cultural interests.
So then, is there sufficient data available to determine the geographic boundary of this proposed community of interest? Yes. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Orton.
I just was thinking maybe it would go a little quicker if, well, Kim is sharing and we're looking at that, and maybe since MC has it pulled up, maybe he could read the description, so we don't have to switch screens as much.
Sure.
Does that work?
And then I would suggest the other item that you might want to record is the population of this COI. So I can provide that to you coming from here. That would give you some idea as you look towards, you know, how big, how small is this thing that somebody's proposed.
Okay.
So that particular one is 47,320 people.
Yeah, that's, can't possibly be right.
I'm sorry, you're right. It's my
400.
screen, my columns were too small. 473,203 people. You're correct.
Okay. So we approve step one. Any thoughts or objections on step two, which is the reason and rationale identified for supporting the community of interest? Any concerns about that? All right, let's go ahead and accept the COI 22199, correct? Greater Lansing area.
Yeah. So 23666 is the next one. 23.
So the description for 23666, which is our next one, is this area that I have mapped out should at least be a foundation for a district within Michigan. These communities all have heavy economic ties to the Lansing metropolitan area. Additionally, this area is also demographically similar to the overall demographics of Michigan as a whole.
I can't really tell what they have included there.
I need to bring.
Oh, you
that
don't have it up yet? So
Yep.
that's just, I was gonna say, is there like the
That's
whole
why you
area?
can, yes. 23666.
23666, is that right, Nancy?
Yep.
23666.
Okay, this particular one, let me turn off the previous one. So 23666 is encompassing more area than our region. Okay, I've turned on the blue outlines are our regions. Okay. And so this one, well, except for this little township down here.
Yeah, not sure why they did that.
See? So this is a little bit more encompassing than our, whatever we're calling this region. But that's what this COI is.
And additional information here in Districtor, it's not in the spreadsheet, but it does say this community of interest is a group of various cities, towns, and townships. No more information.
They've expanded into Shiawassee County and picked up Owasso. They're headed west and north up into Ionia County.
Right.
Why they eliminated the southwest corner of Eaton County is beyond me. Maybe that's where Cynthia might live. And they said they don't want Cynthia.
Yeah.
And then they're over on the east side. I don't even know where that is.
Almost to Howell. Yeah,
going
it's
over
almost to Howell, yeah.
Down in here, yeah.
That's not, I mean, theoretically, that
It's
what they're
Fowlerville, I think.
saying is true. I mean, economically, they're either coming into Lansing or going to Detroit.
Yeah.
All right. So following our process, step one, is there sufficient data to determine the geographic boundary? Yes. Is there reason and rationale to support? I think there is, because they explained why they drew those lines. So let's move on to the next one and approve this one as a final COI 23666.
The next one is 24320. 24320. Yep.
This is called the Tri-County Greater Lansing COI. Commissioner members, thank you for your important work. The Greater Lansing region includes Clinton, Eaton, and Ingham counties. The 3 counties are actually a formal planning region in Michigan, and for good reason. Although there are diverse communities within this region ranging from quite urban to quite rural, the entire area is centered on the Lansing metro area. Indeed, each county contains part of the urban and suburban complex of Lansing. Further, the region's economy and employment is highly linked, particularly to state government, General Motors, and large hospital and university entities in the core of the area. Smaller towns in the Tri-County Greater Lansing area, for example, Charlotte, Mason, St. John's, and Eaton Rapids, all have large proportions of their workforce commute to this area's large employers, as well as others in the core. This region is currently fragmented into various districts and thus has diluted the area's political voice. Keeping the region together would address this problem. Disclosure, I'm a professor at Michigan State University in this region. I am sensitive to the great local diversity within this region, just as there is in most, if not all, parts of the state. Still, I think keeping these areas together is on balance better than splitting them, as the region works as a large community of interest across several key characteristics. And that's it.
Is that the shapefile with the red lines?
It is. Let me turn off this one. This is the.
It looks to me like it is that.
Yep, it's the
Just the
same thing.
Tri-County.
Same Tri-County. Mhm.
Yep,
Yeah.
so that's 24320. So it's a duplicate of what somebody else had submitted, basically.
So then as a duplicate, do we want to accept it as well, or do we, okay, so step 1, sufficient data to determine the geographic boundary. I think that's clear from the map. They have a nice clear map. Step 2, there was a very lengthy reason and rationale that was provided. So I think unless there's any objections, we can go ahead and accept this COI as a final COI, and that is number 24320.
Yep.
Next one.
Next one is 29546. Back to, I think, what we've seen before.
So this is called the Delta Township, Lansing Township. This district would provide community continuity between Delta Township in Eaton County and the adjacent Lansing Township community in Ingham County. Both these communities have similar racial, socioeconomic, and voting attributes.
I can, just as a little background information on why that may be being submitted, Lansing Township is a separate governmental unit and Delta Township is a separate governmental unit. And it'll be interesting to see when this map comes up because Lansing Township is not contiguous.
Yeah, let's see here.
Yep, 29546. Somehow lost my.
Okay, here we go. So it's basically Delta Center, Delta Township, and a little bit part of Lansing over here, pulling out some of Delta Township.
And Kim, I'll just acknowledge that it looks different than what is in Districtor, that is shown in Districtor.
Really?
Yeah. It's got that little.
Yeah. On Districtor, they're showing what I said was not contiguous, which is Lansing Township.
Township.
So
Okay.
that little part over there, Well, they're showing, that's probably 496
Okay,
to get over there. They're totally separate.
separate, okay. All right, we'll have to investigate why that is. On that side. Yeah. Yeah, who lives where, right? Yeah.
This is Lansing Township. That's right. That's just the FCD.
Right. It may be, I mean, they're not showing all of that down there, but that's possible. But it's a little bit different, so we'll have to see why that is. I don't know why that would be.
Answer's easy. General Motors had plants in Delta and Lansing Township. So they had the tax base and they wouldn't come into Lansing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so 29546.
Yep. So for step one, do we have a defined geographic boundary? Any concerns that we do not? And do we have a reasonable description that was provided? Reasonable description for step two for map number 29546. All right, everybody's comfortable accepting this as a final COI. Let's move on to our next one, see if maybe we can get one or two more done before lunch.
This is 29618, map of Central Michigan farm community.
And the description here says small towns, farms should not be included with Lansing.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Six, 4, 8.
Commissioner Clark, go ahead with your comment.
Yeah, while we're waiting for this, what I'm seeing is that we're bringing these up and we're approving every one. They all have sufficient data. So I question the value of time to move forward doing that and take a look at Cynthia's approach toward things.
I think the concern with that would be constitutionally, we're required to consider communities of interest as well as our number 3 ranked criteria. And I'm worried that we would be deviating from that process if we don't consider before we draw the maps. And I think it might end up resulting in more work down the line if we don't even get these overlays on the map. Go ahead, Cynthia Orton.
Would it be more efficient and would it be allowed if we maybe each commissioner as homework goes through and we can look at them, and if the lines are there and if there's an explanation, then that's fine. If we find some that aren't, that's what we can bring to the meeting so that we can just say, yes, we each approve each of those, except this one, not for this reason, this one, not for this reason. Maybe.
I think that makes sense. I just, I know when like Mr. Brace is pulling these up, I have the spreadsheet, but I don't know, maybe I'm not looking at it right, but I don't have them tied to particular regions like you do. So I feel like we would kind of need that regional information.
Regionally, yeah.
Because I did a sort by submission area but I'm still I don't have a nice pretty list like you have. That's what I would say.
And, you know, we're also caught right now with waiting in terms of what Fred's gonna do in terms of implementing this. So it'll be easier for you, and certainly from the standpoint of looking at them individually and in your own, you know, you've got the first 20 or whatever in this region kind of a thing. You should be able to, you know, next week, get through these individually yourselves would be the ultimately the goal. And then we could do is what Cynthia has said.
Yeah, sort of get the list in advance so we
In
can look it
advance, yeah,
over.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then rather than go through one by one, identify ones that are problematic.
right.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
Part of your homework. Unfortunately.
You give a lot of
I
homework.
know,
You're
yeah.
a terrible professor.
I know, yeah.
I'm just teasing. All right, so looking at 29618, it's up on our screen right now. So this is quite a bit north of Lansing, and I think
Yep.
that's DeWitt in there possibly as the major town. So does this provide sufficient data to determine the geographic boundary? And then MC, I believe you had read off the description to us already. So do we believe that the reason and rationale support identifying as a community of interest? Commissioner Witches.
This could just be personal opinion, but I don't consider Southern Gratiot County part of the greater Lansing area. So by that alone, I feel like the community of interest may be next because it's saying that it has to deal with the greater Lansing area, but my opinion is Gratiot County is not part of that.
Go ahead, Commissioner Rothorn, and then I have a thought too.
I'm just not sure where the Gratiot County is coming up. Do you read that somewhere?
This blue line right there.
Yeah, the
Interesting.
blue
So-
lines are your
'cause it-
regions.
It's it right there. That's Gratiot County line.
Okay.
That's Gratiot County. Clinton County.
Okay, so what I think they've drawn is the small town farming area that they identify with that would be separate from Lansing. So I guess, yeah. And because she's describing it in the description anyways as Clinton County. That's why I brought that up.
Sorry, I'm just reading this comment. Okay, any comments about step one? Is there sufficient data to determine the geographic boundary? And so that's a yes on step one. Is there reason and rationale to support identifying as a community of interest? Is this all part of the same comment? It just says small towns farms should not be included in Lansing. Is that the only comment we have for that?
The only other one is farming, small towns, farming, small towns, not the Lansing area. That's the
Yeah,
only
I
issue.
just, to me, that's not even identifying a community of interest. That's saying I don't want to be with a different community. Like I don't like you and I don't want to be there. To me, that's not a community of interest. Like a community of interest is my group that are together. So I find that one a little odd, and I would caution us to be careful to not accept things like that in communities of interest, because saying I don't want to be with those people, that's not saying you have a community of interest, in my humble opinion. Commissioner Witches.
I would agree. That one sentence there is just saying keep us separate.
Yeah, I don't see that as
So
describing.
I
a
would
community of
not
interest.
include that if that was my decision.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I read it a little different. I looked at it as the rural urban argument that we've heard from all these public hearings, and this person's focusing on the farm areas. And maybe because of the way the verbiage is, negative about the Lansing area, but really it's negativity about urban area.
Commissioner Lett, did you have a comment?
I can agree with Commissioner Clark, because we've heard, the themes throughout our meetings, and certainly one is urban versus rural, city versus farm. This one clearly is, our community of interest is small farm community cities, not Lansing. And that's our community of interest. We may not think it's a good community of interest or a bad community of interest or whatever, but it's their community of interest and they can define it.
Well, I mean, my point on that is it's not that they can't define their community of interest. That's different. Saying this is my community interest is different. Saying I don't want to be included with somebody else, that is not a community of interest. You can say I have a small farming community, but anybody who's identifying their community, that does not include a right with it to have your own little exclusive district. That's just your group. I mean, these groups are going to be combined. And so it gives me pause when someone says, here's my community of interest. I'll give you that, small farm, fine. But then say, and I don't want to be included with them, because your community of interest does not guarantee that we're going to draw maps that way. You can have a rural population and still be included with urban. You can have a Hispanic population and still be included with non-Hispanics. Your community of interest says put us together, not keep us away from other people. So that's what concerns me with that comment. Go ahead, Commissioner Widges.
Furthering, I mean, if we keep going down that line, we're going to approve every single one of these. So
I think we are.
So what's the point of doing this? Because it's going to
To
be
look
just a
and
waste of
see
time.
what people are saying their community of interest are, so that down the line, when we start drawing maps, we then can consider whether that is going to be included or cut across or whatever we're going to do with it.
Yes, General Counsel.
Okay, thank you so much. So the commission, in part of its community of interest outreach, did have, tell us what your community is and tell us what your community isn't. So that was part of the guidelines. And, you know, certainly not in reference to the comment that were, or the community, the proposed community of interest that's before the commission now, but you can extrapolate a whole host of assumptions based on the inclusion or the exclusion of potential areas. Again, this purpose is, the purpose of what the commission is doing right now is to identify whether it's the reasoning and the rationale is provided and the boundaries are set. I think that more in-depth kind of consideration and look, and those excellent questions that MDOT staff prepared in that particular section regarding COI considerations, they're excellent deliberative questions for the mapping portion. So when you get to a community, again, I'm not relating this comment to the community of interest that's proposed before the commission right now on the screen. Just generally speaking, when the mapping comes up and you're doing that evaluation of how that community of interest fits into that district that's being proposed, that will require a more in-depth analysis. So that would be for purposes of where the commission is at this moment in time with the data capture of the COI information, the information that I would give.
Commissioner Widges.
Forgive me, but we keep saying when we're in the mapping portion, aren't we in the mapping portion today? Like, don't we need to be drawing these things and district lines?
Madam Chair.
Do you want her, Ms. Reinhardt? I see her waving her hand over there too. So do you want to go first, General Counsel?
So certainly Commissioner Widges is correct. The commission has solidly moved into the mapping phase, but the activity or the task that the commission is engaged in right at this moment is simply evaluating the COIs that have been proposed in order to put them on the shape files on the overlay, so that when you start drawing that Senate district, the COIs are there. And then when you're deciding, based on the population, what needs to happen, and you're engaged in the active mapping process. So you are in the mapping phase. But again, the way that the process is scheduled is that you address the COIs first, and then you map the Senate. And then again, when you move to the House and in the congressional districts, all the COIs will already be there. You're only engaging in this activity once for each region when you initially go there. And then I would like to note as well, for new COIs that are dropped into those areas, they would need to be addressed in the future. However, for where the commission is now is how we're mapping, and that is addressing the COIs, then moving on to actual line drawing. So hopefully that distinction was clear.
It does, but the way I see it, or the way the schedule is put that we approved yesterday states, or as I read it, says that we're supposed to have districts drawn for the Senate in both the South Central and the Southeast regions by the end of today. We're halfway through our meeting right now, and we haven't drawn a single district. So this is not working. Whatever it is that we're doing is not working. And that's just my personal belief here. We need to be drawing something and then encompassing communities of interest, because if we just keep going and doing this, it's going to be 4 o'clock before we even have one particular line drawn, and then we're just going to be put behind by days, if not hours, if not days, to get this whole thing done for the Senate or all 3 maps drawn. I mean, I feel like what we're doing right now is incredibly inefficient.
Ms. Reinhardt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only thing I wanted to add was just regarding the conversation around COIs. As your general counsel stated, certain considerations might be best considered during the actual drawing of district lines. But one thing that I just did want to point out is that while on your public hearings, there was a slide presented to the public about what does the MICRC want to know about your community of interest. And one of those bullet points presented to the public was, are there nearby areas that strengthen or weaken your COI? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. 1 second. Any additional comments about Commissioner Clark? I'm sorry, you had your hand up.
Yes, no, I wanted to mention that the way I view this is that we're taking a look at the requirements that the public has given us. And all we're doing is validating at this point and saying, we're going to consider them when we do start the mapping. But I think we need to go through this and get rid of the the public comments that are not relevant, and not being not relevant is not having enough data to consider. So I just want to mention that.
Okay, Commissioner Orton.
I would like to move that we go to lunch break, and we can each think about this while we're on lunch. And
I was actually just going to suggest we've already done step 1 with respect to 29,618. Let's, unless anyone has an objection to step 2, I'm going to go on the record and say that I think that's a really, really weak rationale for a district, because I don't think it's about their community. I think it's about who they don't want to be with. But I think everybody else is fine with approving this. Are there any other objections or concerns for 29,618? Okay, Commissioner Witches is telling me he shares my concern. So let's go ahead and approve 29,618. We had a scheduled lunch break at 12 o'clock. We're now at 12:07. So let's go ahead and say we will be back here at 1:25, barring any objections. Okay, barring any objections, we are taking a break for lunch. We will all be back here at 1:25 approximately. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. I call this meeting back to order at 1:33 p.m. For the purposes of the public watching and for the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take notice of the commissioners present.
Hello, commissioners, and welcome back. Please say present when I call your name. If you are attending the meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending remotely and disclose your physical location by stating county, city, township, or village, and the state from which you're attending. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present.
Anthony Eade. Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang. Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothborn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner. Sorry, one moment. I'm checking to see if Aaron is present. All right, I'll move on and come back to her. Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
9 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you. At this point, we are returning and we are still on our agenda item new business, but I believe our executive director and general counsel wanted to make some comments.
Madam Chair, apologies for the interruption. For the record, Erin has indicated that she is present, but her microphone is malfunctioning.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
All right. So executive director Hammersmith and general counsel. I believe executive director Hammersmith, you had some next steps that you wanted to cover.
I would suggest that general counsel was going to cover what we might do this afternoon with the remaining time we have. Then I was going to talk about moving forward if possible.
Fantastic. General counsel.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And so during the lunch break that I hope everyone enjoyed, the staff and your consultants discussed recommendations for moving forward this afternoon. So what staff would propose that we do today is to start in both regions, the Southeast and South Central together, that EDS would display the regional shapefile layers for those 2 regions. What that will do is display all of the data in the matrix. So it'll be the key data, racial data, voting age population data, the city and county boundaries and population, all of that data will be visible. And then the commission can determine where to start within that region with mapping. This again would just be a first district cut. It's a broad start that will be further refined. I know in the past, and it's always worth reiterating, all of these lines are interrelated and will change. There is inherent flexibility in the lines as data is brought forward, as new information is received. So that as the commission would be moving forward this afternoon, again with the district mapping, considering the homework, the public comments, not only in the portal, but that the commission has received verbally and written to date in those areas, considering themes. An example from this morning session would be the Tri-County theme. Now, briefly touching on communities of interest, because that was the focus of this morning's session, which was productive for our first mapping session of the commission. Mr. Brace had indicated that EDS is creating a filterable list of COIs that will show the themes, tags, regions, and you will be able to evaluate the COIs much more efficiently on Monday with the ability of that aspect of the software being added and incorporated. So again, the COIs will be incorporated. The recommendation from staff would be again to start with the equal population criteria, looking at all of the census data for that region, starting the mapping, and then going to COIs. Based on today's experiences, in real time that we experienced this morning. Staff will, over the weekend, evaluate the mapping process document to place those COI considerations questions that the commission identified this morning as very detailed as to mapping and how it is integrated and interacts with the proposed lines. So staff will be moving that to the appropriate place in the collaborative mapping process and providing the commission with a red line document to demonstrate those changes for your consideration. If there are other suggestions for changes in that mapping process document, that those would be emailed to Executive Director Hammersmith so that staff can consider those in our meeting this weekend. I believe I covered what our recommendation is to the commission for consideration for this afternoon. Again, it is more in line with what Commissioner Orton had suggested earlier this morning. And we appreciate your time and consideration. As indicated, Executive Director Hammersmith has some next steps to outline, and I believe Communications Director Wood had some comments as well.
I would say my next steps, which most of which Julianne covered, and then I will take the homework when we get to that point. So I'll defer to Edward next.
Is there any question for our General Counsel or Executive Director? Wonderful. You know how they say the eyes have it? They say that in more ways than different ones. So what it means is by your eyes, we can tell, because some of us are in mask, whether you feel dejected, mediocre, indifferent, or even excited. And we want to remind the public that this is the first ever in the history of Michigan process where we are actually doing maps. This is the first time we've ever come together and actually looked at the process that the commission identified and actually executing it. So there's going to be some growing pains. There's going to be some challenges, but guess what? Rome was never built in one day. And so to the public, we will always have critics because some of the critics do not have the mandate that you have. You are the only body in the state of Michigan that can draw maps. No one else can do it. But not only are you drawing maps, you have a mandate by more than 61% of the voters in Michigan that wanted a new process. And you have a serious responsibility that you're not rushing through, but trying to make sure every voice is heard and that we're doing it to increase effectiveness and efficiency. So you should be really excited right now because guess what? This is the first time this has ever happened in an open and transparent process where the public actually has a chance to evaluate and make comments. It's easy to make comments when people are watching something, but it's a whole new different story when they're in your seat. And so we want to applaud this commission for the outstanding job that it's doing despite the growing pains, because history is being made. Rome was never built in a day, and you have the ultimate responsibility in drawing maps. So for that, raise your right hand and wave to everyone and say, success is on the way.
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 Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Witches, did you have a question?
I was just going to move that we accept the proposed changes put forth by Julianne Vestula.
I'll second that.
All right, any comments or discussion on the motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Rothorn to accept the proposed change in process presented by our general counsel? I know, Mr. Adelson, you had a comment, so I'll go ahead and let you make that now.
Having been at this table in different states in my career, I mean, one of the things that I remember and comes back to me is that, as we've talked about before, everything changes. Everything is flexible. Being as flexible as possible is beyond important because that's the nature of redistricting. There's all kinds of information, that we don't have yet. There's information that you will receive going forward that may inform some of your decisions. So this is the chaotic process that's it's part of redistricting. And as I've said, I've seen that many, many times in many, many states. And that's part of the process. So I'm glad I can be certainly a part of it with you, but I did want to add that that inherent flexibility is absolutely essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adelson. Any other comments or discussion on the motion? All right, at this point, we have a motion on the floor to adopt the recommendations of our general counsel. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. And Commissioner Wagner, if you could either in the chat or verbally, if your speaker is working, let us know what your vote is. I would appreciate that.
I voted aye.
Thank you very much. All right, the ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. So we are moving forward with this new process. Bless you. Right, so at this point, I'm assuming we're going to start drawing some districts for the Senate in the central, what were we calling that, South Central region, which is the Lansing area?
The southeast, pulling both the southeast and south central regions together in a shapefile. And the reason for that is, as Mr. Morgan provided the information, that one of those regions would have less than 2 districts. And when you put them both together, it would be above 5 districts to be drawn. So I think when the commission sees the data overlay that Mr. Brace will provide, that will again be able to assist the commission in determining where to start by looking at the data, by analyzing that data and keeping in mind the public comments that the commission received and has reviewed in preparation for its work today.
Okay, so that being said, how do we start from here? Yes, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I understand that Commissioner Eid, who's unfortunately not here today, has submitted a map. And maybe we could take a look at that and get some ideas before we get going.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think that what has been contemplated is that the commissioners with individual maps would present those maps to go through, again, the rationale, the explanation, the deliberation, how the lines were determined to be placed, what the considerations were, and really giving the commission the full benefit of that thought process when looking at that map. And certainly the commission will be mapping again Monday. That could be a portion of that meeting to give Commissioner Eid the opportunity to present his work product and suggestions to the commission.
That's fine.
Okay, so does anybody else have a map for this region that we're looking at they want to submit to the commission for consideration? Okay, so considering that, do we want to just start drawing, and how do we want to do that process? Do we want Mr. Brace to start drawing a first district for us, for a Senate district, or do we want individual commissioners to begin drawing based on input from other commissioners? How do
So, Madam Chair, so I would recommend, again, I know the staff recommendation for this afternoon was to shift the integration of communities of interest into this process. However, that is the focus of our recommendation, is shifting that. So I would redirect the commission to the collaborative mapping process in the document, which, let me give you a page reference number, begins on page 8. The collaborative line drawing session. And again, the indications of proposed community will be addressed on Monday as part of the agenda on Monday. But I think the appropriate, if Mr. Brace has those shape files with that information pulled up that he can display for the benefit of the commission and the public, that the process set forth in the mapping document can proceed.
Okay, so basically, we're going to, I think Commissioner Clark is first in alphabetical order. I'm looking at my map. So then following this process, Commissioner Clark, lucky you, would be selected to share his screen and begin drawing a district in the region that we are talking about. So since we don't have any pre-created district maps, if you're comfortable with that, Commissioner Clark, otherwise we can jump to the next person in line, but you would start drawing a district. Go ahead, Executive Director Hammers.
My understanding was we were gonna have one of Kim's people do the map drawing, and we were just gonna direct them.
Exactly.
Okay.
And he's got data he can show you. So before you start drawing, you probably need to know how many people are in the counties. He can show you the matrix, the active data matrix that shows you some of the information that you're going to want to know when you look at those areas. So it gives you a baseline, especially in the area of population, and then you can look at racial data, et cetera, for each of those counties that we're looking at. So here we go. Let him.
Can I make just one general suggestion? I mean, just for y'all to think about. You can't go out into the lake to get population. You can't go outside of the state to get population. So rather than starting somewhere and pushing that away, you could start around on the border, because you can't, for example, if you started with Monroe over there or any of them, start somewhere around there and then work your way inward where you have plenty of options.
Okay.
So what I've brought up here is the regions that we had previously defined. And in the spreadsheet, in the active matrix, you have all the demographic data for these. So for example, in the South Central, no, this is the Southeast. This is District 2 in the regional shapefile. That's why it's got a number 2 on it. So that has been basically pulled together all the counties, and in that set of counties, there's 1,026,468 people. Now, what you'll see, one of the things that we've seen is the Zoom resolution is not as great, unfortunately. You get a little bit better resolution on these monitors that are on the tables here. But that's one of the circumstances, and I'm not certain whether or not we can increase the size of that spreadsheet right now. One of the things we're going to end up doing is having on Monday, probably having a second monitor on my computer, because what you'll see when you draw, if you have a second monitor, is you can pull some of these, as I told you before, you can pull parts of these onto a second monitor, and then you can increase the size of those. Well, that's a full scale computer, right? A monitor. Okay, cool. Okay. Sure. I mean, yeah, we'll have to figure out how we can.
I think too with Zoom, if you change the view to standard, it gives you like a floating bar, and then you can just turn it down to a single small bar, which will open it up a bit.
A bit. Okay.
So go up to above where the pictures of everybody talking are. You should have a option there to change that to standard. Oh, cow.
Well, I was gonna say, I'm glad that's not me that did that one. Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, it was a try. Really? Oh, okay, okay. So, okay, good. All right. Okay, well, so for District 2 or the Southeast region, as I said, is 1,026,000 people. It is 79% white, 6% African-American, 3.7% Asian, 4.7% Hispanic. That's in terms of total population. And in terms of voting age population, it varies, but you have on the other tabs, you have all the various factors. So for example, total populations are sitting in tabs 1 through 3 or 1 through 3A. And then starting on tab 4 is your voting age population. So in District 2, the voting age population is 818,000 people compared to the total population, which was 1.026 million. So you start seeing the difference that happens by looking at population and voting age population. Voting age population is clearly a subset of total population, and it's always less. Yes.
Commissioner Orton, I think you had a question.
So I do have a question about some of these totals that are below. For what we consider when we're making a district is total population, right? So I don't know, what does voting age population do for us?
Okay, total population is what you do to define the one person, one vote criteria. That is the number of people that are ultimately be in a district. The voting age population is utilized to help evaluate the effectiveness of the district. Because if you remember the stepping stones that I told you before, there is different racial compositions at each level, including the difference between total population and voting age population. So you'll see that dimension here. So for example, in District 2, under total population, it is 81% white and 6% African-American. Under the voting age population, District 2 is 82% white and 6.00%. So you've got little drop downs and differences that happen. And that's why it's useful to look at the various tabs as you're drawing to see whether or not, yes, I created something that's got enough people. So that's first criteria. But I can also evaluate and look at the various racial components to see what might be more encompassing and effective in terms of, for example, the racial. Now, I know Julianne's going to say this, so I will say it to begin with. There's a whole bunch of evaluations that take place on what is really effectiveness on that side. But the first factor is just looking at what's the drop down that happens in the strength of the racial groups and between POP and VAP. Indeed, there's all the other things that Lisa will be doing and all of that in terms of effectiveness, but that's really a first cut that you'll have as you draw, in essence, is what we're saying.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
may I offer, it feels like we're so close that the next question is, which data overlay would the commission like to start with to have displayed as, I believe the chair indicated, Commissioner Clark? Where would they like to start looking at some of that data in those areas to determine how to proceed?
Do you mean between South Central and Southeast? Is that the question? And then does he want COAs on top of that or just?
I would think for starting with the first criterion, equal population and kind of examining where the census data lies with voting age population and minority populations might give Commissioner Clark an idea of where he would like to begin to start directing the mappers to go. Mr. If, and the chair might, if it's possible, I don't know if it's possible to get a data overlay within those regions or if it's just in the displayed in the active matrix to begin.
There's a couple different ways that you can end up playing with this. First off, you asked me to bring in the regions and see what the racial components are. So that's what you see here. That's information that's there for the regions, and everyone will have a regional shapefile so that you can have that information there. Now, what you end up wanting to do is starting to draw districts, and that's where Commissioner Clark will be going. And so what we're going to do is we're going to create a new plan. Okay, this is the plan of regions. And so we're going to go and close this plan. We've got to save it, of course. It is saved automatically, but I always save just in case. We're going to close this plan and start afresh. Okay. And so we're going to create a new plan, just like what you've all been creating. And so what are we going to call this plan? Because that's the name. That's part of the naming conventions that we've been talking about.
And Madam Chair?
Yes, General Counsel.
I do apologize for the interruption. I think what might be, based on Mr. Brace's answer that the data is displayed in the active matrix, it might benefit the commission if it's possible to pull up those census maps for those areas that kind of displayed where the minority population was located and the voting age population, and kind of more those summary overlays to give the commission and the public the ability to visualize how to visualize the data that's in the active matrix.
Yep. All right.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, I'd like to also see the population displayed for probably by county initially.
When you when you go to label it, they'll all be labeled, and as you zoom in, features will the name and population for the smaller features. So it'll be counties, and then you zoom in and it'll start showing you the township population. If you zoom in further, it'll show you the population once he turns on labeling.
Yep. All right, so there's your African-American map in the area. Let me bring up, this is the PDF. Let me bring up the JPEG of this because it's more zoomable. That's not. Okay. So what we're talking about down in Monroe, in that area, it's where the African-American population is. Let me bring in, and what do we want to call this plan so that we've got a blank plan to start with?
Southeast, South Central.
Yeah, just southeast.
Southeast, okay. And we're drawing state senate.
Yes.
Rebecca?
Yes, Mr. Rothorn.
So I'm thinking about one of the things that I feel like we've been trying to decide. I'm thinking about the naming convention here. Like it seems like if we're going to try to draw competitive districts or draw districts that are, we're going to have to carve out pieces of the Democratic cities to spread them with the rural Republicans in general. And the other, like, it feels like that's one sort of way to go about it. And it feels like the other way to go about it as a plan is to try to actually, one of the things that the communities of interest have tried to respect is like, we also want to have cities whole and rural areas separated. So I guess what I'm thinking about is it feels like there's two different ways to go about it. And I'm thinking about how we might want to approach. I guess I want to try two different ways to do it and see if we can, like, what it looks like. And I guess I'm thinking about it right now. It might be useful to sort of set that up or think about, hey, we're going to draw two different types, if you will. Like, we're going to try to achieve, I don't know, I don't want to call it competitiveness because that's not a criteria that we're trying to go for. But I do want to try to respect what the public comments are, which is to draw as many competitive districts as possible. Something like that. So that's why I'm thinking about the plan names and so forth.
We do have criteria 4, which is no disproportionate advantage to any political party, which I think gets into that concept of competitiveness. So I wouldn't say that it's not something that's in our criteria. It's just below communities of interest. And I think that makes sense to have like two versions, one that is more focused on incorporating communities of interest and also maintaining a partisan balance, and then also one where we're focused more on possibly focusing more on the communities of interest at the expense of partisan balance. I mean, do two plans and general counsel is saying no.
I hit my red button so fast. I think that's the fastest I've ever done it when Commissioner Rothorn started talking about the partisanship issue. So again, the criteria, the ranked criteria in the Constitution, the equal population, the contiguous, the diverse population, communities of interest, and the partisan fairness analysis being the 4th criteria, I would strongly encourage the commission to not even consider that until you've already worked your way through the higher ranking criteria, because that's what'll be guiding your district drawing decisions. And then when that data layer is activated in the active matrix for the partisan data, then you'll be able to see kind of where you are and what modifications may be required or discussed that might be modified. And I do know that we've had discussions with Mr. Morgan on the partisan fairness issue and the importance of being able to weigh kind of where you are, but as that criteria comes up. So the fear would be, or the reason that I wouldn't recommend doing kind of those kinds of alternate maps is because you don't want them to be competing against the data, competing with one another. So if you approach the mapping with the criteria in the ranked order, you just keep adding more and more data to what you're doing to assist you in your efforts. And for partisan fairness, that's one, again, that is measured more on the statewide level, the responsiveness of the maps, if the maps are symmetrical. So it's looking at it by district doesn't give you the full picture of how that measure is normally calculated.
Go ahead, Executive Director Hammersmith.
At one point, and somehow it disappeared, we had the naming conventions in the quorum document. So what we had suggested is the first number would be the region number that we're working in, the type of district, then the commissioner initials, or in this case, it would be the committee, and the version. So this would be, the naming would be 5, State Senate, Commission 1. So because that's the region we're in. Oh, it's 2, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, are we starting with 5 or 2?
It's 2, sorry. I'm with you now, it's 2. I had 2 choices and I picked the wrong one, right? So yeah, 2, State Senate, COMM for commission. I mean, we can abbreviate 1. And then you can go home and look at that one and say, you know what? I like that, but I think it'd be better this way. And then you would add your initials and version 1.
Does it pop?
Go ahead, Commissioner Rothorn. Or, I'm sorry, Orton.
So will we as commissioners have access to what we come up with here? Sorry, will we as commissioners have access to the map we come up with each time? That we can change on our own? Our copy.
Yeah, answering for Mr. Brace, I'm under the impression that yes, you would be able to share the results of whatever today's drafting process is with all the commissioners. That should be fairly easy.
And then we could clone it or.
That's
make our
right.
own
You could
copy
make
to
your own
work on.
copy to work on, to make suggestions and adjustments. And then you could share those directly, or you could just share the results of your own inquiry without showing a map. You could say, I looked at this, go back to the original map and say, how about if we change it in this way?
Okay. So it looks like we have some labels up at this point.
Yep,
And the colored circles, those are African American.
yes.
Is there a way to also layer on Hispanic community as well? Or are you just sort of stuck with one or the other?
I think it's one or the other, but I'd have to check with Fred. I think he does have some multiples possibilities. Now, this is at the township level. If I drop down to the precinct level, then the precincts show up, okay? So we start seeing where the concentrations are. Now, from the standpoint of what we've done is we've done thematically using the percent African American is what we're showing. And we're showing those pieces of geography, those voting precincts, that's our districts, that are set at more than 5% of African American in total population. So these are the precincts that are more than 5%. Now, if we change the threshold, if we only want to see where there's a majority African Americans up at 50%, then you see it's only concentrated up further up in the Wayne. But if you keep it down lower, like 5% or so, then you can see a lot more on that. Now, the same is possible if you want to do the Hispanic areas, okay? So if we take out the Black and we look at the Hispanic areas, there's Hispanic as the main field. Now you see where the Hispanic concentrations are. Now this is at 5%. Maybe you bring it up a little bit to see the precincts that are over 10% of concentration. Okay. So thematically, you can start seeing where your concentrations are depending upon what scale you want it to be. And that's through the thematic mapping component on the menu with the check mark checked. Okay. But this lets you then see wherever you're mapping at whatever geographic level you're mapping with, where your concentrations are. And you get up to a larger geographic level and it doesn't show it. So if you're looking at precincts, you need to zoom down in, okay? If you were at the county level, then you could see where those are, but that's at the county level. So at the precinct level, now we can see where there are concentrations of the Hispanic population.
So Commissioner Clark, where would you want to start drawing your map in this area?
Okay, can I have the population displayed, please?
Okay, that's going to end up showing as you start building the district.
Okay, then I want to start in the far southeast corner of Monroe County. And the reason for that.
Go ahead, Ken.
We can, each of you can bring up the locality layer, bring up a plan that is empty. You don't have to create any districts, and show the populations at each of your workstations while he's drawing the districts.
Yeah.
Would that help?
It would help individual commissioners, but it's not helping the public. But I
Yes,
think if we
yes.
just start drawing some districts, we're going to start seeing the populations as we select and draw. And that way the public can see that.
Yeah.
Mr. Morgan?
Yeah, I think Kim can bring up the population and the name of the counties if you want to see it by county first, if that's
Correct.
what you're asking, Commissioner.
Correct, yes.
And also, you can also bring up the same information in the spreadsheet as well as the map, if that's of interest.
Showing up the precinct number is showing up. Right. So this is showing the number of Hispanics in each precinct. Right, the labeling Washington, right?
99,423.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Executive Director.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind people that in the massive materials that were sent for yesterday's meeting, there was a data sheet that showed all the counties. So you've got that reference point if you want to look at county population and the other data that goes along with information for that county. You might not have printed it out. It was a 40-page document, but you can go in your computer and look at that anytime. And you can sort it to print what you think you might want to see as you begin drawing. John has a comment.
That's the precinct number.
Go ahead, Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, I could bring up that spreadsheet if you like to display that.
I've got it over here.
Yep, he's
Okay.
got it.
Okay.
So what I want to do, I took a look at Monroe County's population, it's 154,900. And I looked at Lenawee, which is next door. That's 99,423. So that exceeds, I believe, the Senate district. So let me add that real quick. G2, so that's 254,332. And our target is 265. Yeah, so what I would like to do as the beginning, as we map this, is take all of the Monroe and all of Lenawee counties and make that a Senate district. And I think that's a reasonable thing to do. They're both rural districts, so they have that in common. in the population begins to fall in line with what we need to do. So I'd like to start with that.
So you're selecting Monroe.
And Lenawee,
Okay.
both the entire counties. While they're drawing that, is there any comments on that approach?
Yeah. Okay. So for these two counties gives you 254,000 population. So you're within the 5% margin. You see across the bottom, you're 4% underpopulated, but that's within the 5. And these two counties end up being about 5.79 Hispanic, a little bit less in terms of African American. It's mostly white.
Okay, and one of the things I'm going to track as we go through this is the over/under. And so right now we're under
We're under 4%, so we're under 10,000 people.
10,961.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can use that some other place if we need.
Place, right.
Okay. Okay, so that's my submission to that.
Use it some other place. Define that.
Now?
Well, what I'm saying is that what this is, when you're underpopulated, in theory, you need to add.
Correct.
Okay. If
Okay.
you're overpopulated, then you'd need to get rid of.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Is that Milan that's in the Monroe County that's being cut in half? Because that would be probably a good place to add, Doug.
Where's
With the upper, see where the mouse is? If you zoom in a little bit, if you look at the upper edge of Monroe County, yep, you see that city. Yep, that's Milan. You've got Milan cut right in half.
Okay.
So Milan crosses the border of Monroe and Washtenaw County, but it's a city, so that might be a good spot to pick up some people. I don't know what the population is in that half of Milan, but
So Milan's right south of.
it's south of Ann Arbor, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I would recommend, we'll try that county,
So
our
you've got
township, I
there.
believe.
Okay.
And that's probably not going to give us enough, but
Okay. So now,
I don't want to get up into Ann Arbor. Because
Right, okay.
that's a whole different.
okay, in order to get the rest of Milan, okay, keep in mind that right now it's not programmed for city boundaries to be a separate selectable. Because city boundaries, as you know, up here in this state, go all over the place and pieces are all over the place. So what we need to do here is we can end up dropping down below the county level. And
Yes.
this is where ultimately we're going to go down to the block level. Okay.
Commissioner Orton, did you have a comment?
I think the cities do work. When I am on the township level,
Okay.
it will do just the city.
Just the city. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
The city's in there.
yep, you're right. There you go. So with that, so you're 7,000 low still, but it's 2.63.
Yeah.
So you could add a little bit more, or if you're comfortable.
Go a little around.
Can you shrink it down a little so I can take a look at the map? Okay, that's good. So then I think what I would want to do,
So can I give you some advice being in that area?
Correct.
So if you look at the northern boundary of Monroe County as well, so Sumter, Exeter, those are all largely rural communities with somewhat low population. So Huron too, when you start to get into Brownstown, that's where the population pops up. So you might be able to go a little bit into Sumter. Same thing with Augusta. Those are all more, if you're trying to keep kind of rural together. Or you could also, if you go a little farther over, you could pop up into Manchester. Manchester is also somewhat rural of a population. So there's just some thoughts like,
Yeah, let's try Sumter. Let's see what happens. What's another, that's almost 10,000. So that's gonna put us over.
so we're looking for 7,000.
Yeah, we're looking for 7,000.
What about
So
Augusta?
Let's look at Augusta.
Yeah.
Augusta's 7.
So that's right at 7. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you're 13 under people.
13
That's
people.
not bad.
Can we get 13 people to move there?
I wouldn't worry about that right yet. You know,
Okay.
don't paint yourself into a corner, as I've
Yeah, I
said
understand.
before, you know?
I understand. I think that's where I'd like to stay.
Yep.
Yeah, a little clapping. All right.
Good suggestion, Rebecca.
And
Teamwork.
Madam Chair,
Yes, General Counsel.
and now I believe Mr. Brace will be able to populate and demonstrate what the key data shows for that very first draft district.
Right.
That again will likely shift in in the commission's future work, but be able to display that data in addition to population to kind of gauge where the commission is.
So what you have is on your spreadsheet, your active matrix down there, you have the racial and demographic characteristics in the overview tab. And then the individual racial groups in the other tabs. So if you wanted, again, it's the option of how you wanted to see race. Remember what I've said before. So if you want to use the combo or the maximum it could be in terms of, for example, the African-American compared to the alone category of non-Hispanic African-American. Here's where you start seeing the differences here. So on the alone, African-American is 2.7% in this district that you've drawn, but in the combo, it's 3.86%. So you see how the different definitions of your racial groups change. And that's sometimes is important to recognize on that side.
Can we get Lisa's assessment and then Bruce's assessment of this district?
Mr. Chair.
Hello. General
Thanks so
Counsel
much.
Pastula.
Yeah, through the chair to Commissioner Clark, that's an excellent question, particularly since Mr. Brace has the racial census data displayed and the percentages that correspond to the draft proposed, the draft district that's displayed. The analysis from Dr. Handley and Mr. Adelson will in fact come later after, again, I believe Dr. Handley is scheduled to give her presentation on September 2nd, which will be, again, a statewide look and then focusing in on the areas with significant minority population to analyze whether there is racially polarized voting in those areas. So that data will come later. I think one thing, and I know Mr. Adelson has taken off his mask, is the largest queue that someone wants to speak in these meetings. But I would also say that moving from the racial data aspect of it just momentarily is if the display, if we could see the voting age population, just of total population, the voting age and some of the other categories for this proposed, this draft district, excuse me, the draft district that's displayed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Right. So in the voting age population, you look at this one of voting age of alone is 2.67, and of voting age of combo for the African American is 3.24. So it's not as much of a difference on the voting age as it is in total population on that side.
Mr. Adelson?
Thank you. Excuse me, I just wanted to address Commissioner Clark's comments about the analysis. A big part of the analysis is election results and analysis. That's not here. I know that that's something that Dr. Hanley is looking at, and she and I will be talking about. So to your point, I agree that that can be a very significant part of the analysis, but that's part of the data that we talked about earlier that isn't here yet. When it comes, great. But also just keep in mind anecdotally that in looking at Voting Rights Act issues and the ability to elect candidates of choice, that often involves looking at what is the size of the minority voting age population. Is it 10%, 20%, 40%, 50%? The higher you go, the likelier, the greater the opportunity for minority voters to be able to elect candidates of choice. But that all is part of Dr. Handley's analysis, which we will then use in various ways, but it's kind of a good thumbnail. The smaller the population anecdotally for now, it's probably less likely that that population generally will be able to elect candidates of choice. Thank you.
All right, where to now, Commissioner Clark?
You want me to continue with this?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know if we we're gonna pass the baton. Let's, yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Hillsdale is 45,746. And Jackson is 163,66. Okay. So I'd want to get those two counties.
Hillsdale. We're gonna put this into District 2.
Yeah.
Okay. And Jackson.
And Jackson, correct.
Commissioner
Now-
Clark,
Yes.
can you clarify if you've started drawing the second district?
I'm sorry.
Is this the second district?
Yes,
It
this is the
is.
second.
It's the
Oh, I
second
see.
district.
So
Yep.
just to clarify, and of course the commission can proceed as it wants, but per the mapping process, the drawing of the second district, the subsequent district would move on to the next person in alphabetical order.
Right, so we will move on to Juanita. Juanita wants to pass. So that brings us to you, Commissioner Lett. I know you've only got 10 more minutes left, so you'll have to be speedy, I guess.
Yep.
Done.
Microphone too.
Thank you. That's going to leave us a little short.
Yes. You're 59,000 light.
Yes.
That they were similar to Jackson.
Yeah, but Hillsdale don't want to be with Jackson.
Was that right?
Huh? Put Washington in there, see what we look like.
You're not gonna be able to get the whole township of
You're-
Washington in there. You're
The
gonna go
whole
way over.
county is, you see the green numbers underneath the county name?
Oh, yeah.
That is the total population. So that's 372,000. That's
Yeah,
way
Steve.
too much. You only need 59,000.
Steve, I think the comment in the public hearing at Jackson was, we're fine going to the east, but not all the way to Ann Arbor. We want to stay away.
Stay away
I
from.
think that's what MC was. Yeah, so
But
Yeah,
Ann
but
Arbor's
like-
U of M.
what was, that's okay. That's a separate district probably.
So you could try to pull in Manchester too. That was the township, the little city I mentioned. See where the number 2 is? Yep,
Yep. right
Manchester
there.
right there.
So you see, what I just did is I dropped down to the township level. And now my township names and the populations of the townships show up on the screen. When you're zoomed at the appropriate scale, that's one of the keys here. You can't see those when you're all the way zoomed to the entire state. So what you have is you've got, we're 59,000 light. You certainly have a bunch of territory here that could still end up going. That's not.
Not a ton of population though.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, you could get part of the way into Ann Arbor and then go someplace else, possibly.
Well, I would go down with the 2 rows of townships and see what that ends up.
See what that does? Okay. So if we go these, and we can use a select box. Yep. Okay. So we're still missing 27,000.
South of Saline is more rural than it is urban, which kind of fits into the scenario of what you're working with, Steve. I'd take a look at those townships.
Well, it's 11,000.
Well, you got,
You need 27,000, yeah.
yeah.
Right. For 27,000
So if you
light.
look up there, SIO,
Yeah.
that's 17.
Right.
That's
You
because
do
you're grabbing
SIO,
part of Ann Arbor though.
Huh?
Yeah, you're grabbing part of Ann Arbor with Scioto Township.
I was gonna
Well, that's
say,
okay.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah,
Ann Arbor-
Well, actually not into the city. So
not the city itself,
say
no,
for
but
example, if you select silo and you assign that, you're 9,000 light. But see, we haven't selected city of Ann Arbor. So we're selecting the outside of Silo or the Silo Township outside of the city of Ann Arbor.
And go down and include Lodi and whatever's below it.
So there you're 1,291 light. That's not bad. You're less than 0.5%.
So, comments from people that know that area.
I think Lodi and Saline and Scioto Township all consider themselves part of Ann Arbor.
And I would agree.
Yeah, they do not consider themselves part of Jackson at all, at all.
If we're making this more rural and less urban, yeah, I would.
Commissioner Rothorn, can you turn on your microphone, please?
My apologies. I would agree with what Rebecca said.
Yeah, I think you'd almost be better off shaving off Scioto, Lodi and Saline and maybe grabbing Webster and then going out maybe north and west if you're looking for similar communities. Because like I said, like Lodi, Scioto, Saline Township, those are all, everybody in those areas considers themselves part of Ann Arbor for the most part, that there's subdivisions going up there. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Commissioner Widget.
Having reigned from Ypsilanti, I can indeed agree with that. For example, I mean, I had where I worked at a building that was basically in Saline that had a Ann Arbor address. So that, I mean, they definitely do consider themselves part of Ann Arbor. So I personally would say Scioto, Lodi, and Saline would need to be removed from this particular calculation.
In order to do that, if you remember having played with the software, you select unassigned as a district number as opposed to a district number, and then just simply unassign. What did you say, John? R?
Just like draw a line through both of them.
Press it down once.
Oh, that's where it was. Okay. Okay. So now you've unassigned, you're still 27,000 light. Okay, you're in a circumstance that you're seeing the impact of regions don't always follow what we're thinking of. We created the regions before using whole counties, but now you're starting to see, well, in this district too, maybe we do go across the regional boundary and go out west.
Or east.
Well, yeah. or you
No,
go
where I was
north.
going with this, just for a second, is you're pinning yourself in a corner. Ann Arbor is a large population area. If you wrap all the way around Ann Arbor and you get in there and you can't do what you need to do or what you would like to do, then you're going to be coming back and changing 1 and 2. So just keep in mind that, you're not nailing it down now until you go into Ann Arbor.
Microphone.
Picky.
Commissioner Clark, did you have a question?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I agree with Steve to go west. I mean,
So we
I
need
view,
27.
I view Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti as more Detroit oriented than the rural oriented, and I would tend to push that toward that direction when we get to it. But I think going west is the appropriate thing to do here.
So you do have a bunch of townships at low populations along the western border here. You want to
So
start
I
at the
would
bottom?
I would start putting in Homer, Albion Township, Albion City, and Sheridan and see what that does.
If you take Clarence, Sheridan, Albion, and Homer, you're going to come right out to 259,633.
That includes the city?
All 4 localities and the city townships, all 4 townships in the city get you to 259,633. Those 4 vertically. Select box and drag it straight. Okay. Shows, well, it's supposed to show up right there. It gets you to 259,633.
Commissioner Clark.
253. You selected.
Oh, I got one
Oh,
more
here
than
we
you do.
go. We push ourselves too much further west. Remember, the lake's over there, and we may get ourselves in a corner over in the southwestern part of the state.
Right.
So I would tend to look to the north a little bit, or somewhere else.
How are we underneath here? Do we have anything at the bottom? Or are we all the down to state line?
We're all the way down to the state line.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what about pulling next to Coldwater and start dancing that way?
You could do that. Just take the first row of townships along that way. 12,000 light. Get you a little bit, not very much. But you could do, for example, go over and pick up these 2. And now I'm 192 high. That's not bad.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, as I look at this and analyze it, now we've got this district in 3 different counties. And I don't know if that's an issue, but with the city clerks,
Actually,
it might
we
be.
have 5 counties.
Oh, 5, is it 5 counties? Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
2 whole and pieces of 3 others,
yep, that's right.
you know?
I miscounted, yeah. So I don't know if that's an issue or not.
Well, from the standpoint of an election administrator, you are picking up whole townships and whole precincts. That's what they would like. You know, yeah, don't split me from the county, but you know, if you're gonna select part of me, do it at the township or the precinct level so that I'm not having to figure out where the heck is this census block that you suddenly selected.
Yeah, I got you. We just need to keep them in mind as we go through this.
Right, exactly. Yep, yep.
Mr. Morton?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if, based on what you've done here, if you don't like the way this has gone with having 5 counties, you could take more of Calhoun County and none of Branch if you wanted to. That would reduce your county footprint to 4 counties, if you wanted to.
So Commissioner Lett, are you happy with this District 2? Tickle pink. All right, so now we will move on to the next lucky person on our list, which is Commissioner Orton. Actually, do we want to try to do a 3rd district or do we want to just stop for today? I know Commissioner Lett has to leave now. And Ann Arbor is going to be tricky, so maybe we should just pause here. Saved by the bell. All right, so let me find somewhere in here. I have an agenda. So we are going to pick up where we left off on Monday. We will continue to begin drafting districts. Our next item on the agenda would be the homework assignment. Is there something you want to clarify on that, Executive Director Hammersmith?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that we're going to ask you to think about is all the different types of public comment. So today, for example, we were only working with the public comment that came through the portal. There are also 3 other sources. There's the list that Sarah Martinez, our executive assistant, assembled of written and emailed comments, and those were put on a spreadsheet. So you can go back to, there's always a date. So there's a date of the meeting, which those are under, if you want to go back and get any further detail. But again, look through those and find the districts that you'll be working in. There's also public comment in the commission meetings. Sarah also is working on that list. I'm not sure how quickly that will be ready. And then thirdly, there's your public comments from the public hearings in the areas that you were in. So you want to get some themes in those areas, general themes, consistent conversations. So things that you heard consistently, keep these 3 counties together. We always work together, or whatever those comments may be, and create a list for your work on Monday and Tuesday when we'll be in the same regions. And then hopefully we can look at, again, continuing to draw collaborative maps that we can utilize in the process. So that's really the homework, lots of public comment.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Commissioner Widges.
Just a quick question, Mr. Brace. We're getting the shape files for the one that we just created, correct?
We can, certainly, yeah.
I just want to be able to load it, play around with it.
Sure, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Brace.
Yep.
Okay, so on Monday, we have not finished our new business, which was drawing Senate districts in the South Central and Southwest region. So we will continue that on Monday. Moving through the rest of, we do not have any minutes to approve, so we can move through at number 7. We also don't have any staff reports today from either our executive director, our general counsel, or our communications and outreach director. Michigan Department of State, do we have any updates from you today?
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say was that I forwarded the list of the full export from MGGG in Excel to you all. It had been supplied earlier. I forwarded it as well today for your review. Just for your knowledge, in that Excel spreadsheet, the first column, you'll see ID numbers. That is the ID number that is used on the public comment portal. So for COIs, typically they begin with a C and then the numbers. But the letters are not listed there, and instead the type of public comment is listed in the type column. So if you're looking for one of these public comments on the portal, they're not at the moment searchable by ID. I would recommend searching for them by either the author or the date. MGGG is currently working on adding a ID number search filter, so that should be added soon. And then the last column, that is the ID number that Kim uses in his software. So I just wanted to differentiate between the two different ID numbers you see in that spreadsheet and what they mean. And certainly if anyone has any questions, feel free to reach out and I'm happy to help.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. All right, correspondence received in advance of our meeting today was provided along with written public comments to the commissioners in our meeting agenda. I do want to clarify too for the public and for the commissioners that what we have worked on today are draft maps and that they likely will be revised. Maybe they will, maybe they won't, but they are certainly not permanent. They are certainly drafts and we will continue to work on these as we move forward. Without objection, I'll ask Executive Director Hammersmith to share about future agenda items.
I have no more to report at this
Okay,
time.
fantastic. Any announcements, Mr. Brace?
I would also note for the audience watching, we have assigned District 1 and District 2. That's not the final district number. That's not any connotation. This is just going in order and they'll be able to be changed at whatever point in time. So if you're an incumbent in District 1, you're suddenly not, being moved someplace else or whatever. There's no connection there.
Thank you, Mr. Bryce. Any additional announcements or comments? Executive Director Hammersmith.
I have one announcement. The people that help you install your software are not the tech support people for DTMB. So please do not call Wayne, Jared, or Jake, who helped us this week. You should call the DTMB help desk. And if you want that number, it's 517-241-9700. So that's who you should be calling if you have a technical issue with your computer in any way. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, and just a reminder to the public as well that the maps that we worked on today, the draft maps will be posted on our website for comments by the public. As always, we are happy to hear those comments and look forward to receiving them. As the rest of the items on the agenda are completed and the commission has no further business, a motion to adjourn is in order. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Rothorn. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail. The meeting is
Apologies
adjourned.
for the interruption. But can we ask Commissioner Wagner
Yep.
to confirm her vote?
Commissioner Wagner, can you confirm your vote?
Aye.
All right, so the ayes prevail, the motion carries, and the meeting is adjourned at 2:52.